5 hours.
Better just button it up.
I'm not, but we'll talk about that. I want everybody going there.
Intermission.
Intermission, yeah.
They will anyway.
We've got
They're no
one
secrets anymore.
item for our study session, and that is parking study. Rick Williams is online there, and Selby, you wanna?
Shelby's online too.
Yeah.
I am online. Oh, I'm online.
Wow.
That's not supposed to happen.
I was gonna say, Sally's not here. He's
Put himself down.
All right, so council, tonight, you'll be hearing from Rick Williams and William Reynolds from Rick Williams Consulting. They are our parking consultant. They've been working closely with staff and the Parking Advisory Committee on updating our 2018 parking study. They did present to you already their findings from their site survey back in August. And at that point in time, their findings were that we actually have a very efficient parking system right now, although there is more demand than there is supply. Tonight, Rick and William will be discussing their post strategies for our park program over the next few years. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rick and William.
Thanks, Selby, and City Council, thanks for having us back. And thanks for the opportunity to work on this project for the city. As Selby mentioned, we have William Reynolds on the line with us. And he and I are going to be playing tag team on some of the issues for you. But we'll jump right into it. What we want to do is get through this. I know there's a lot of materials that we've sent you over the last several months. We want to get through it and really have time to listen to your questions. So the agenda is we're going to give you a project overview, then some of the key study findings, just a real brief history of what we've accomplished, and then lay out for you some of our parking management plan action items, particularly those that we think need your input. We've met several times with the Parking Advisory Committee and the action plan that we're going to present to you today. We really feel is their plan. And so on many of the items in the action plan, where we had unanimous consensus from the PAC. We may not spend a lot of time talking to you tonight about them unless you want to come back to them. We want to focus on those items that we had additional discussion with from the PAC, so that you know that they had additional discussion, and those are really what we consider key items for discussion tonight. And then questions and answers. A real quick project overview, just to give you a sense of what we've been doing in the background for the last 11 months or so. As you know, we did an extensive update to your parking supply data, both the inventory and how the system works. And we did that in August, and we published that report for you. And that's the report that I think Selby just referred to. It says you've really met some good goals in meeting the industry standards for best practice standards for utilization and efficiency in your supply. But we do have some constraints that continue. We did a parking system assessment and published that. And that was a complete review of your existing operations, finances, enforcement. And it's really a great background document on what you're doing now and what your staff is doing. And it's a lengthy document. William led a travel and parking survey that went out to the public online in September and October of 2023. And we learned a lot from residents, visitors, and employees about your parking system. It was really attitudinal about what they think about the parking system and their experiences with it. And then in January of this year, we did a parking garage financial feasibility analysis, which in essence was really sort of a pre-development pro forma on the financial feasibility of building a parking garage. We looked at two sites, one in downtown, one outside downtown. I think we presented that to you, but those sites are prototypical, and the findings we'll talk a little bit about tonight in one of the recommendations of next steps in that direction. And then tonight, we're presenting you the draft action plan strategy items, and we'll get into that. Next slide, William. So kind of a wordy slide, and I apologize for that. But the parking utilization findings, again, what Selby was referring to, the things we found in that comprehensive update of what has occurred between 2017 and 2023, particularly, I think, in light of the many changes you made coming out of the 2018 parking management strategy plan, which the big one, of course, was transitioning to pay to park in your on-street system. One of the key findings is that in that transition, the number of on-street stalls, particularly those in the core area, were reduced by about 190 stalls. You can see it decreased from 846 stalls in 2017 to 649 in 2023. And then of that 649 that remain, 200 of those were transitioned to 3-hour metered parking in the core, which was a key recommendation of the 2018-2017 strategy plan. Your off-street supply has remained very stable, both public and private lots. There was only a 95 stall decrease between the 2 study years. So your off-street supply has remained fairly stable in terms of just the inventory of stalls you have available for use. There's still 70 parking lots. We think that the 95 stall difference was really inventory errors, because sometimes we have to estimate the number of stalls on a gravel lot, for instance. And so it's hard to count them. And so for the most part, the off-street system has not changed at all. We did learn, and I think we were glad to learn that the transition to pay to park has resulted in a more efficient system. Your stalls turn over. Each individual stall turns over more per day than it did in 2017. And that has really helped the on-street supply. But the big outcome of that is that I think is probably because of the reduction of parking stalls, is that you've gone to paid parking, you've got a more efficient system. But those who were parking on the street long-term in 2017, which was a significant number, have now transitioned to the off-street supply. And so there's been a big shift from on-street parking to the really trying to maximize the use of the public on-street supply. As I said, the system operates very well over typical best practice metrics. Duration of stay is well under 2 hours on the on-street system. Turnover is very good. Your violation rate is well within the industry standard of compliance. And so everything's working really, really well. But the bottom line is that in the core, users are probably still feeling that it's difficult to find parking. And we showed you a lot of heat maps the last time we were with you, and they're in the report, is that you have significant periods of days, particularly in the high season when we collected data, where everything is red being constrained. And so that's something we want to continue to work on in the future with you. We still have an issue with off-street and on-street parking outside of the core. Is still somewhat underutilized. And we still want to work on strategies with you to try to capture some of that supply that is underutilized, that's within walking distance of the downtown, but there may be user perceptions about its the walkability, the connectivity, the convenience of accessing that parking. So there are opportunities on the edges and in private facilities, but again, that's work that needs to be completed. But overall, you've got a very robust parking system and one that's operating fairly efficiently. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to William, who's going to talk to you about the attitudinal, the online survey that went out earlier in the year, last year.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, members of council, for having us again. I just want to share a little bit about the results of the Cravels survey. September and October, as Rick mentioned, about 643 respondents, so a pretty good response rate. To get an understanding of who was responding to the survey, it was about 50% were residents of Leavenworth, so very familiar with the travel and parking system. About a third work in downtown Leavenworth, including about half of those who are actually residents, so they live and work in Leavenworth. And then about a third were visitors, so they don't live or work So we were able to get a wide range of opinions and sort of slice and dice the data to see who's responding. We ask obviously data-driven questions, about mode split, how people are traveling downtown, how they're making choices about where they park and how they travel. The big part of this was really just asking people open-ended questions and reading their feedback. So we went through hundreds and hundreds of comments and summarized them and tried to come up with some key themes, some things that we were seeing among these user groups that we wanted to make sure that we were addressing in some capacity as part of the action plan. So I've broken it down of just these broader categories of some of the things that we're seeing in the data and in these response rates. For residents, it's still very difficult to find parking, as Rick pointed out, during this peak summer season. It's just still constrained, and so the most common perception or the most common believed solution to that would be building a downtown parking garage, adding that additional supply to address that constraint. Residents are also interested in some sort of resident-specific perk, some sort of local parking pass or other option that would allow them to visit local businesses for a discount. And then just some other interest about investing in sidewalk maintenance and snow removal and using some of this parking revenue to get a realized benefit to residents so they can see it in their day-to-day life of how the pedestrian environment or the bicycling environment has been improved based on these investments in the parking system. So the employees, we calculated about an 81% drive alone rate. So that means most, 81% of people when they're choosing to travel to work are driving and parking. That's a little bit different depending on where they're coming from. Non-residents, it's higher. If they don't live in Leavenworth, it's about a 90% drive alone rate. Residents, it's about a 70% drive alone rate. So those who live closer to town are actually walking and biking at a fairly high rate, given transit system being somewhat limited with very long headways between transit options. So it's not super reliable for employees at this point. Interesting finding on the employees were that fewer than 15% actually have a parking permit offered by the city, and close to 50% weren't even aware of this as an option. And so looking into that data a little bit more, those who are driving and parking when they're working in downtown are essentially trying to find free parking. They're either using off-street parking associated with their business, they are parking in the waterfront lot, they're parking in the Leavenworth Park and Ride, which is essentially a lot that can serve as spillover demand for employees because of the lack of enforcement in that lot, or they're parking in Glacier lot, or being transitioned to be called the G lot. So employees are just kind of finding a place to park without a lot of reliance on the parking permits at the moment, in part probably because they aren't familiar with this as an option. So the employees, their biggest priority is they want to know where they should be parking, and they want to have either a free or very affordable option so that they can get to work and they know where they should be parking. That wouldn't result in a ticket. They, much like residents, are interested in additional parking supply. They see those constraints in downtown on a daily basis, so they see a solution as a downtown parking garage. And they'd also like to see more transit or extended transit service to serve their needs, or bike improvements. One of the interesting things on bicycling improvements was not only investments in additional bike lanes and other safety improvements for bikes, but also just bike locks. Anywhere that they can safely lock their bike while they're at work would actually potentially influence their decision to bike to work. And then finally, on the visitor side, one thing that's not surprising based on our field observations when we're out there collecting data is that the majority of visitors do find it very difficult to pay for parking. This was, and picking that apart a little bit, this is particularly true among those who were using the single space meters. They found it difficult to see, difficult to read, difficult to understand if they should be paying for parking, how much parking costs, because it is a little screen, it's difficult to read. So that was a common theme. The app was popular among those who use it. They found it to be fairly reliable, but not everyone has the ability or the desire to download an app just to pay for one parking session, particularly for those one-time visitors. And as Rick pointed out, it's still very difficult to find parking. And general average difficulty of finding parking was 4.1 out of 5, so very difficult still to find parking during that peak summer season. in general, visitors view the walking experience in downtown very favorably. 3.7 out of 5 is what we calculated, but biking and bus and shuttle service was viewed a little bit less than that. Biking 3.1 out of 5, indicating some degree of improvements, whether that's, you know, safe places to lock your bike or safer crossings or on-street infrastructure, and just general investments in transit to make it more reliable and more frequent. What we try to do throughout the action plan when it's applicable is try to highlight some of the findings from the travel and parking survey to indicate this recommendation is essentially driven by some of the feedback that we heard from the public this past fall. So with that, I'm going to transition into the action plan itself. And what we've done is we've come up with the Parking Advisory Committee, we've got 25 strategies that we've developed, and we've grouped them into 5 different categories. Program administration and code, communication and outreach, parking management and rates, technology and infrastructure, and parking capacity and new supply. And so what Rick and I want to do today is just go through these 5 broader categories and just pick out a couple that we had a longer discussion with the Parking Advisory Committee on, to share a little bit of, shed some light on sort of the thinking behind the strategy and some of the more nuanced details of it. There's a lot of these strategies that you're actually already doing, or things are already in process, or they're very well supported by the committee in general. So we didn't want to spend a lot of time on all of the 25 strategies. So we'll try to focus on just a few. And throughout, we've added some timelines. You know, over the next 18 months, these would be the very short-term strategies, things that you can implement going into potentially next year. We've got midterm strategies, things to consider over the next 2 to 4 years, and then longer term, you know, beyond 4 years. These are the more infrastructure heavy, more expensive projects that are going to require some more time. Right now, we've got some relative costs identified for each strategy, but after the meeting tonight, depending on your feedback, if you have questions, we will be refining these to try to get a little bit more detail on some of these strategies. So as we're going through these, we've got just a quick white arrow to highlight, you know, we want to briefly draw your attention to a strategy, and then we've got a yellow box where we do want to spend just a couple more minutes talking in more detail about 5 particular strategies. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Rick to go through the program administration and code section.
Thanks, William. And one of the strategy that we just want to highlight, but there's a lot of support for it at the PAC, is that these 25 strategies and the increasing complexity and sophistication of your parking system is going to require some additional administrative staff. Your staff is doing a yeoman's job now in keeping up, but in rolling out these 25 strategies over the next 4 to 5 years, we're recommending additional administrative staff, like a program manager that can work with Shannon and the rest of the team to keep up and make sure that this goes smoothly for you. The strategy that we want to talk a little bit more about, and again, with the support of the PAC, is to think about a fee in lieu program. And this emanates from your current code that exempts any development of 10,000 square feet or less from parking in the downtown. And that can create equity issues with larger developments who have to meet a code minimum. So our goal is to not discourage the 10,000 square foot developments from coming downtown or less, but also we want to encourage that. But to create some sort of an equity is to charge a fee for the parking not built. So from a code perspective, you would add a parking requirement to those type of developments in the downtown, that they would be able to opt out rather than being exempt. They would be able to opt out of a parking requirement and then pay a fee in lieu of those parking requirements into a fund that would support more compact walkable development, a transportation fund that could help fund a parking garage. But generally what it would be is you buy out of the parking requirement at a reasonable rate. And those fees go into a downtown general multimodal transportation fund to support the transportation network. But in return for that, they were also agreeing that the city has no obligation to provide them any parking for their site. So they're making an economic decision with their banks on how much parking to build or not to build. There's examples of this. We've given a few. The recommendation is a complex recommendation and is going to take additional discussions because, as you can see from the examples we've given, the ranges of buyout, opt-out range from $180 per stall per year in a city like Astoria, Oregon, to $20,000 per stall one time in a city like Kirkland, Washington. But these have been successful in other cities. And again, it allows the developer to make a decision, an economic decision on their part as to how much to provide. But the fee goes into a general fund for access in the downtown, and the city is under no obligation to entitle them by not building parking to priority access into any public supply. And so that's a recommendation that we feel should go forward. We've worked particularly specifically with Astoria, Hood River, and Corvallis on these types of programs. Next slide.
Thanks, Rick.
A couple of, yeah, is there a question or anything? Okay. A couple of, just to refresh you or just to make note of, we believe that your website needs some work. And when William talks a little bit earlier about communication strategies. Oh, is this William? Is this your slide?
Yeah, I can walk through
Oh,
this.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
sorry.
fine.
Once I'm on a roll. Go ahead, William.
That's great. Yeah, as Rick was saying, the trick here is what we'd like to do is as you're rolling out a lot of particularly the short-term actions that are coming out of this action plan, it's a good opportunity to revisit the website and try to customize more information to make it very easy and digestible. We heard that through the survey that employees aren't really sure where they should be parking, what their options are. So just making that abundantly clear on the website, have a tab for employees and say, here are your options for parking if you're driving to work. Also for residents, what should residents expect if you're implementing some of the changes within this plan involve some changes to when paid parking is enforced, the rates associated with paid parking, and how some of that money's getting reinvested. These are the types of things that you can communicate to the residents. And then finally, just any sort of mapping to make it very simple to communicate to visitors and customers what their options are and how they might consider traveling to downtown given the constraints and the limited amount of parking. And the next is something you're already doing now. You are starting the process of rebranding a lot of your public lots. And so we just wanted to reinforce that within the plan. We think this is a really good idea to try to make it simple and easy. Every lot should be simple to communicate so that people know where they're parking and make it easy. So that right now the plan is to go through and highlight the first letter of all the lot names, so lots A through G, and put that on signage in very simple, bright colors, make it very clear what these lots are named, so that over time people can develop that familiarity with a Leavenworth parking brand, and they know if they're pulling into one of these lots, they can expect a certain cost, a certain level of service they could expect from each one of these city provided lots. So the one I really wanted to focus a little bit more time on is just the campaign to promote investments using some of the parking revenue. And again, this is coming a little bit out of the survey that we heard residents just weren't seeing quite yet some of the benefits of the paid parking program, particularly because they're not seeing an abundance of parking availability on the street right now. So they're sort of, where is this money going? Is it being used? Is it improving? Being used for sidewalk improvements or bike lane improvements. The strategy here is to promote how parking dollars are being used. And the case study was Pasadena, California. They were one of the pioneers of this. They actually years ago just put a sticker directly onto their parking meters when they implemented paid parking and said, here's how your parking dollars are being reinvested into downtown Old Pasadena, and signage and benches and lighting and pavement. So it's very clear when you get parking revenue, you can see, it improved parking infrastructure. That's clear, but it's not always clear all the ways in which whether this revenue is getting reinvested in the general downtown walkability and bike infrastructure. So our recommendation is to identify a specific downtown investment fund to track how all of this parking revenue is being reinvested in the community, with the goal of trying to communicate very clearly on an annual basis of how this revenue is being reinvested and how it's going to benefit residents and visitors to downtown.
So do you guys have a suggestion on, since you got kiosks and such, that somehow we do what they did to the meters, that we have a breakout of where the money's going, what it's purchasing? Is that what you're kind of saying?
Absolutely. I think that's a great strategy of particularly after you have identified some specific projects that you are using this money for. I've seen where I live, I've seen signs around of exactly even years of projects of, this money has been invested in this particular streetscaping improvement project with a specific date. I've seen it as specific as that, or it could just be very general of these are the types of improvements we are using this money for. So that people see it's not always simply restriping parking lots, right? There's a lot more that this money is used for.
I thought we could only use it for parking.
That would be a question for Selby.
I haven't read through the formation of our enterprise funds, but my understanding is that enterprise funds are limited in what they can be spent on. But we can dig into that.
So it seems kind of unuseful.
Well, it's
Put
not,
that on there.
no, not necessarily. Like if you look at our budget, we have bike racks in the parking budget. So I'm sure that we could pay for some bike racks. I'm sure that that's within the letter of the law. Our parking dollars at work, we're spending close to $4 million on paving the glacier lot between design, construction and construction monitoring services. Yeah, that's a huge amount of money that we're spending parking dollars on parking lots. So our things that we are doing that we could use their campaign if your parking dollars are.
Right, and if I may, it really is trying to, even on some of the projects you're currently spending parking dollars on, the survey indicated that residents in particular are not feeling or seeing or believing that there's reinvestments made with that parking dollar. So one is, what are the projects you can spend it on? And then communicating what you're doing. And I think that would that would contribute greatly to people's understanding of the system and support of the system.
I guess I just disagree.
Well, okay, I mean, it's even doing the negative side of it is we can't use these dollars to fix potholes. Because people see, oh, you got all these dollars from parking. Why aren't you fixing the streets? It could be even as simple as that. Like, hey, we can't spend it on this, but we can spend it on this. Because I was confused when I first moved here. I'm like, all these tourist dollars, this is great. Fix my sidewalk and my streets on commercial. But we can tell them maybe what buckets we can spend it on. That would educate people,
I
right?
could,
Would you agree with that? I mean,
yeah, I could see from a perspective of the audit side of it, a sidewalk, so that was immediately what Tom jumped on, he was like, sidewalks? Can we use this for sidewalks? And I was like, well, maybe we could. Is that sidewalk adjacent to your parking lot? Are you doing a sidewalk in the residential zone?
Yeah.
Two very different things.
Yeah.
So I think our auditor would look at it from that perspective, as long as it's transportation related, with parking being the goal, there could be some use there.
William?
Great. Thank you for the discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, the next category we wanted to talk a little bit about is parking management and rates. One item just to highlight very briefly is one exercise that hasn't been done as part of this process, but sort of a next step would be to clarify and refine guidelines for private use of stalls in the public right of way. This is common all around the country right now, particularly post-COVID. But anything that makes very clear how and when private entities can make use of public stalls. That would be things like street seats, but it could be things like valet stalls, or other cities have hotel zones, or anything that's even just meter bagging for moving in, these types of things. Having clear and consistent guidelines of exactly how and when public on-street parking can be used for private use would be helpful, just to have a clear and consistent policy moving forward. What we wanted to talk a little bit about in more detail are these first two strategies. I'm grouping them together because they're very closely intertwined, interrelated. And it's about simplifying your on-street hourly rates and adjusting the time period in which the time limits and paid parking are in effect, what we call the enforcement hours. And just to give a little bit of context, I thought it'd be helpful to highlight a case study from Banff, Alberta. They're just 9-hour drive to your north. They have recently gone through a pay to park transition. So they, I believe, implemented paid parking about 2022. So just a couple of years ago. But what they've done that we're trying to get at in some of this simplicity is they've made it extremely clear when paid parking is in effect and where paid parking applies. So you can see this map on the screen. You don't have to see all the details, but green is just a clear indication whether it's on street or off street. These are the publicly owned parking resources, and they are managing it consistently both on and off street. So they are charging for parking in all these green zones between the hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day, year round. And then they just have a slight distinction on how much. So during the peak summer season, it's in the middle of a national park. There's tons of summer tourists. So they're charging $6 an hour between May and October. And then it's a little bit less demand in the winter season, but it's still a ski destination. It's still a good amount of winter demand as well. So it's $5 per hour from November to April.
Hours.
I'm sorry?
I was just recognizing how high that was. Like for 3 hours, it's almost $20 in the summertime.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Canadian dollars, to be clear, but it's still
Yes.
that translates to.
Oh, never mind.
25
It's pretty similar. It's not much of a difference.
Yeah, but that's what they're doing. I mean, and that's been really successful for them, huh?
Yeah, and because it's clear, and
Yeah,
they're also
clarity,
providing
clarity.
another option. They're providing these blue zones, which are free. They call it their 9-hour limit. So that you can go and park for up to 9 hours in these blue zones on the fringes of downtown. So if you do want to save money, then you can park on the edges. So I was there in March. I was in a minivan with my kids. So we said, we were more than happy to go park near the restaurant. That was worth it to us. If I were just going with my wife, much more willing to walk, and we probably would have just parked at the train station and walked in and spent that $10 or $15 on ice cream instead. Because that information is so clear, it allows people to make that decision for themselves, and that's what you really want with a pricing system. Is you want to provide people with that information so that they can make that decision. They don't get frustrated. And it influences your decision-making behavior. So if I had been with my wife and parked at the train station, that would have been one less vehicle in downtown, less traffic circulating in downtown, and one more spot for someone else who is prioritizing paying to park near their destination. And so even the rates are very high, but people are aware of what their options are, and that's the key. And this also works for employees too. They've made it very simple for their employees. If you're an employee, you can look at this map and say, oh, I've got free 9-hour parking. I just have to park on the edges of town. And it's very clear what their options are as well. As Rick mentioned, you have a lot of areas in your neighborhoods that aren't really being filled up by visitors right now. Partly just the layout of town. It's not as clear where residential parking is. In Banff, it's right up against the paid parking zone. So they've had to protect their residential areas, and they've made it permit parking only between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And that's just their way of prioritizing these residential streets for residents, separate from their commercial districts of downtown. Well, that's just a way of just introducing this concept. So right now, if you're familiar with the rate calendar that you all have on your website, it's very difficult, even for someone who is intimately familiar with parking and who wants to know what the price is going to be before they come downtown. It's difficult to sort of navigate and understand what your parking costs might be. Both because the rate varies by day and the hours of enforcement vary. Sometimes it ends at 5, sometimes it ends at 8, and that varies by day. So it's just very difficult to understand. Do I have to pay for parking? Do I not have to pay for parking? How much is it going to be? You can't really make that decision in advance of your trip. And so that just leads, I think people just go and find whatever parking they can, and they'll pay whatever shows up on the meter. And there's some problems with that when, if you're traveling with someone else, someone parks off street, you park on street, they have different enforcement hours right now. So off street is charged late into the evening, on street typically will end at 5 p.m. or 8 p.m. So you can imagine how frustrated you might be if you're traveling with someone and they pay for parking, whereas as you did, you might feel ripped off. So our recommendation here is just to simplify it and go consistent rate all year round. We had long discussions with the Parking Advisory Committee about this. Should it be a seasonal rate like Banff does? Should it be more of a weekly rate? And our philosophy was as whatever makes the most sense to make it very simple. So the preliminary recommendation here is go $2 an hour, Monday through Thursday, and make it a consistent number of enforcement hours, both on and off street. Or preliminarily, based on the data, we're seeing your peak congestion period is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. So that would be the core. You can certainly expand that as needed. But on the weekends from Friday to Sunday, it makes sense to charge a higher rate. So go with $4 an hour and make sure that that is going until 8 p.m. on both on and off street, because that demand does linger, certainly past 7 p.m. So want to make sure you're charging for parking during that period. And then you have some flexibility with events. You can charge a higher rate during Oktoberfest or Christmas during December, and just have that as a very clear other rate option. And then this could work well with showing on a map, if you don't want to pay these rates, what are your other options? Lots E and F, they are currently free. So they have a 3-hour time limit. Those could be an option. Lot G, as Selby mentioned, the Glacier lot is going through repaving, getting a lot of reinvestment in that lot. That one could go to paid parking, and perhaps it has a lower rate because it is a longer walk from downtown, but make that, a $2 an hour rate on the weekend. So I think there's still more discussion on exactly these hours and potentially what these rates are. I know the Parking Advisory Committee wanted to talk a little bit more about the potential for seasonal rates. But overall, what we're bringing to what we just wanted to float is just this idea of very simple, make it so that you can put it on a map and people know exactly how much they're going to pay before they come downtown. So they can choose to carpool, they can choose to park farther away. They can choose to take transit if that's an option for them.
Rick, I wanted to ask you, with Banff, looks like they just got, it's either free, but it's most of the day, or it's you pay it and it is downtown and it's during the first part of the season, it's $6 an hour. The rest of the season is $5 an hour. And that information is just found right there at the parking lot. Is that right? Do they have it posted anyplace else, or they just leave it up to that parking lot signage to take you? So it's right there. Is that how they do it?
Well, they do all that. It's definitely posted on the lots. If they have wayfinding systems, it's posted on signs that as you're approaching the downtown, but also it's reinforced on the web page or through an app. But so the answer to your question is yes, but the idea is, even with signage, is that there's not a lot of it. It's well placed, it's well seen, and then reinforced with the website itself. We had this conversation with the PAC as well. One of the things we're emphasizing is that a customer coming into your downtown, whether they're on street or going into a lot, has I'm gonna up the time that I talk to the advisory committee about it, but after about 10 seconds, the customer loses interest. And then they become confused and frustrated. So a system like BAMP's, well-placed signage so that most of your customers and users are gonna see it at the lot or at a kiosk. And so it's really important to simplify.
Okay. I was gonna ask you, you might talk about this later, but how does BAMF handle employee parking? Is it just, they just go to the free thing out, sort of outside of town, or do they have things closer? So their employees have a place, their employees have a place that the employers provide, or is it basically, it's those blue places where the employees at BAMF go park?
For the most part, it's just the blue areas that, so that's greatly simplified. They don't have to really manage an employee program
Okay.
because they have these free options for employees. The one distinction that I'll point out is that they do have a downtown parking garage. And they actually have a level of parking that is free, and it's that 9-hour limit. It's on the uppermost level of that downtown parking facility. So I imagine as employees, that's probably the most desirable place to park. And so you probably have to get there early to get that, but
Right.
we've sort of reserved that as an option.
But that's a parking garage scenario, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, Leavenworth is like 1 square mile, just a little more. What is Banff?
4 square kilometers. It's pretty similar. You can walk. It's about a 10-minute walk from the train station. Yeah, so about a half mile.
I don't think you answered my
It
question.
is almost identical, 1.5 square miles.
It's almost identical.
1.5 square miles.
It doesn't look identical on the, out there at all.
Like just geographic, I mean, it's got a different shape. But the area is the same,
The area is exactly the same within the
Almost exactly.
Banff city miles or.
1.5 square miles.
Okay. To just go back to that last slide, William, this was a really important discussion the PAC had, and I think the one thing we agree on in this recommendation is we really want to try to make it simple and understandable for the customer, and therefore easier to manage. As William said, there's more discussion that needs to occur on this. The rates could be changed, the hours of enforcement could be changed. But we're really trying to emphasize the point. And we were confronted anecdotally when we were out surveying. We were there for 5 days with our crew and with our senior staff. And anecdotally, we were consistently, because we had clipboards in our hand and we were writing down license plate numbers. Anecdotally, numerous people came up to us. We thought they were going to say, "What are you writing my license plate number down for?" They were actually coming up to us and having us help them understand your system. And so again, simplicity here is the real key to this recommendation, and there more discussion to occur moving forward. Thanks,
I think
William.
you
Next.
get time with this too, right? I think if you go back a slide, it's like chicken before. I think that the progress that the PAC, the parking for the city has made over the past few years is really amazing, right?
Yes.
And what they had and what they've built. Would you agree with that, Rick?
Absolutely, and that's why I
Yeah.
think our first recommendation was add more staff, because they're doing a
Yeah.
yeoman's job, a yeoman's
Right.
job.
I think it's absolutely. So when you look at like making it more streamlined, you know, the first green dot, the $2 an hour, that's an ADA compliant slide. I can't read it. It's 10 to 5, right? Monday through Thursday. It's a staffing thing, right? We can make that 10 to 8 like the red dot, but on Mondays in the off season, it's not worth staffing someone. So right, that'll transition. So it's to get all these pieces kind of coming into play, right? The staffing will make this a little easier. The signage and the markings and the other information for the Parker aside, the schedule and some of this can be alleviated by more staff, I would think. Is that
We
true?
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, your system for the size of your town is as sophisticated and complex as many larger cities we work with. So it does need that staff support.
So It's interesting to me because one of the mantras that we kept getting though was that the large lot, the off-street stuff would be cheaper. And that's why driving them into those lots by giving a break on that hourly rate, and now you're saying it all is the same. So that's different than what we've been operating.
That was one of the things that the parking committee pushed back on as well.
Yeah.
Well, and again, the rates are still up for discussion. You know, the parking 101 would say your longer term stay should be off street. And your short term stay should be on street. And to the highest degree possible, you want to find that balance. And long-term parkers are a combination of the visitor who wants to stay longer than 3 hours and your employees. So again, we need to continue to discuss that. Rate at lots really is determined not by having a flat rate across all of your lots, particularly for employees, but it's based on the demand. And so whatever numbers that you land on here, through your regular data collection, if you continue to be constrained, those rates will go up. If you have facilities, particularly off-street facilities that are not filling up, those rates will go down. And so it's really about balancing demand and actually, in the mind of the user, creating options. So if you get disparities, the visitor knows why the disparity is there. I'm parking in a premier place, I'm going to pay a little higher. I'm parking in a more remote location or in an underused area or lot, I'm going to pay less. So again, much more discussion needs to occur, but I think we're getting there in terms of just thinking about it's important to simplify in our communications, in our signage, and in our rates. As we're moving on now to technology and infrastructure, one of the brief strategies we want to talk about, and you're kind of already underway with this, is because you have such high use of your off-street facilities. We believe that a counter system and a real-time display of parking availability in those facilities is made before the information is there to allow the customer to make a decision to go in that direction before they actually get to the lot. So you can put counter systems in these facilities, and then they'll have a reader board and what's interesting about Leavenworth is you've really got two primary portals, coming in, one into the downtown on US 2 and one on the other. And you could actually have reader boards with your simplified signage by lot, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And they would know by the green, there's 30 stalls available, there's 40 stalls available. It might say full. But that's the type of system we think, because of the sophistication and the volume of traffic that you guys generate, that putting counter systems in the facilities themselves and then displaying that in the public right of way is going to really help traffic, and customers are going to feel good about it. On their way to Leavenworth, that would also be available on the city app. They could go in, I'm 5 minutes out, let's take a look at the parking. And so we think many cities do this. A lot of people call it the airport strategy, but it's a really good strategy. And long term, those lots are being counted for you so that you can get a database of history on all your lots of how they're used by day, by week, and by season. So that's a recommendation moving forward. That was also a recommendation in the earlier plan, in the 2017 plan. Again, this is, I think the city's already made this decision, but I mentioned just briefly earlier, there's a lot of customer frustration with your existing meter system. It's difficult to use, it's small, and at times it's unreliable. The system's down or a meter's down. And we just heard this over and over, not only like I said, in the customer surveys, but people just approaching us because we had a clipboard. The good news is the city's already planning on doing this. So moving forward strategically with eliminating the single head meters and going to multi-space meters on street. I think it's also going to unclutter the sidewalks by removing all of those poles and putting in a multi-space meter kiosk that has a larger screen and a more user friendliness in terms of the size of the screen, the font on the screen, and the information you can provide. So, do I hear a question?
No,
No,
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, but and Shannon, we've talked with Shannon and with Selby and the team. It's really about how fast you want to roll this out. Some cities will phase these out on what we call a life cycle process. So when the physical life of the single safe space meter has reached its horizon or sunset, you can again move block faces. Is it better to do it all at once? Those are decisions again that still need to be made. But we definitely, from hearing from users and our own professional experiences, particularly in such a walkable downtown like Leavenworth, getting rid of the visual clutter of the single head poles is another urban form advantage, let alone the customer advantage of the ease of use of a pay station. So that's a strong recommendation going forward, and it is moving forward, so that's good. Now moving to capacity of the system. One is that we spent a lot of time counting the waterfront park gravel lot. And right now it's chaos on a week, on a peak season day, but it's very well used. And so the opportunity, kind of like in your longer term planning, as you can see, this is a long-term recommendation. Once the glacier lot is complete, to really assess the value of potentially upgrading that lot and charging for it. Going back into that system, it could be one of those lots that has a lower rate than other lots closer to the downtown. It has a sizable footprint, but it's gravel and grass and it gets somewhat chaotic as cars get into it and try to get in and out of it. So we just see that as an opportunity. It's not necessarily new capacity, but it could be capacity that if you invest in it, then you have a reason to translate that benefit back to the community in terms of rates, and then blend it into your system as a new public lot. And then more specifically, we spent a lot of time, and hopefully you've had a chance to read our financial feasibility report on the cost, potential costs and feasibility of a new parking garage. Bottom line, our report found it'd be very difficult to make a parking garage financially feasible in a remote location, like the Vilkelman lot. It's very difficult because it's surrounded by free parking. Our recommendation is to move forward with planning for a downtown garage. The financial feasibility study we did, it was prototypical. We selected a site, but we're not saying that that's the site. It just simply had a 35,000 square foot pad, and that allowed us to run some numbers on it. And I know there's some sites that are under discussion by the city and the city council. Our moving forward, we also found that the sites or downtown definitely get you closer to feasibility, but there's still going to be a need for funding other than parking rates and fees themselves, but it's a smaller number if that facility is downtown. And these are just some examples of parking facilities that have been built in what we consider similar type high volume visitor transient cities like Leavenworth with lots of volume. As you can see, what affects costs going forward is design, but design is so important. As you can see on the upper right-hand corner there, the Whitefish Montana garage, they really did a nice job in trying to blend the design of the facility into the character of the downtown itself, sort of a historic Whitefish feel. And that facility has ground floor retail in it as well, which is another revenue opportunity for a garage. And I know you're exploring possibly an underground solution, which would also be really nice, because then the garage would be hidden. You can look at other garages. The one I really don't like is Estes Park. I don't know if you'd really want a garage like that in your downtown. It detracts from the visual quality of your downtown, and it doesn't provide any active space to transition. So Aspen, again, a more modern design. I don't think it's very Leavenworth, but again, they've tried to incorporate some ground floor active uses in it, not only as a stimulator of trips, but also as a revenue generator. Every garage that we've ever performed for any client always performs better if it has ground floor activity and rent and leasing that you can do. But anyway, what we're really saying is a recommendation to move forward. I think as one of the counselors said, you are at a situation where we've done all sorts of things to meet industry best practices in your downtown, but you still have more demand than you do supply. And so a garage is something to pursue, and we would recommend it be downtown.
Rick, a question. So I'm curious what your opinion would be. You may not have the numbers on this, but Banff, Whitefish, I mean, they're all tourists, very similar, size towns, cities as Leavenworth. When they decided at some point to build a parking garage, and they were presented with the same kind of scenario as us, maybe it's a very similar scenario. Were they thrilled about their return being 20 years down the road with such a big capital outlay? I mean, is it the same as?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a great question. And my gut response, to be honest with you, is everybody is challenged by the cost of a parking garage. And the first steps are always, what can we get out of what's already built? Can we maximize what we have? But the end result is, once you've done that, kind of like what you've done, you've maximized the public system, if you read the data report. But no one's thrilled with having to build a garage in terms of it takes a long time to get to profitability. And as our report states, it usually takes more buckets than just the fees and revenue that the garage itself will generate. And I think in our report, we gave you a listing of different funding options that could be coupled with the rates and fees that you would generate from a facility itself. So again, long answer to your question, it's daunting. It takes, there's very few parking garages in cities of your size that quote unquote start kicking off a profit immediately. It's just very difficult to do.
Thanks.
And with that, we'll take more questions if we.
So yeah, Rick, so on the parking garage, is it like, the reality check is that even if it's downtown, like Whitefish or Banff, it never does break even, right? It doesn't pay for itself. You've got to have other funds to operate the parking garage and make the payments. Is that right?
I would not, yes, but I would qualify that. I wouldn't use the term never. We've worked with garages that, but I would say we always perform it at 20 years because that's sort of typical private financing of a garage. They don't want to borrow at 30 years. But, the key years are really 5 to 10, or I should say 6 years to 10 years, when you can see garages begin to transition. And if you sustain the type of volumes that you have, you can reach profitability. But in those first 6 to 10 years, those other buckets of public funding or partnership money are things that really need to be explored. But at some point, garages are going to make money. I mean, when I was in Portland, we built a garage and it paid, in the year 16, it finally came off of debt service and we were rich, right? Because the debt service was so high. So never, the only thing I would disagree is never. I will go back to saying it's daunting and it's challenging. But if done strategically and with multiple sources of funding, they can be profitable.
Rick, have you
Is
been
that
with
62?
us on the parking since the beginning?
Yep.
Yes.
Did our first study.
I guess I'm a bit I'm always confused. When you first came on, you suggested we get the parking meters, so we got the parking meters and the things that were under the ground, whatever those are called, sensors. And they didn't work, so did we get our money back?
They're not the consultant that worked with us on the technology.
They aren't.
They are not.
Okay, so what did they work with us on?
The
The
plan,
study.
the study. We have
Okay.
2018 part of the study that recommended that we limit the on-street supply to 3 hours and that we charge for it.
That's the extent of the,
Okay,
the product itself is a different decision.
Get them in here.
did we ever get money back on those things that didn't work?
We're still,
Money back? No.
no.
Have we paid the full bill? No.
Travis, I'm gonna send that
Okay.
thing to the
So
signature.
our product
Just so it says
essentially
different
auction
stuff.
off and sell.
Yeah. Maybe.
It
Somebody
seems
might
like, I think the parking in Shannon have worked amazingly to try to get things right. Now it sounds like you're saying everything's wrong.
No.
No, just the reading of the meters is wrong.
Right.
Use of the meters is bad. That's
Getting
what-
meters wasn't a problem. That was what his recommendation was, to start charging for using the parking stall
Right.
downtown. It was the technology that we purchased that was harder to
Not-
use.
And
than-
who
than we
suggested
had
that
understood.
technology?
Joe hired consultants.
It was a different
A
consultant.
different
Different
consultant.
consultant that led the city to that purchasing decision.
Okay, I guess I just didn't like hearing that we're doing this wrong, we're doing that wrong, everything was, sound like everything
Tell us
was
how great
wrong.
we're doing.
You said how great we were doing, didn't you
I
hear
was
that?
not hearing that,
You heard that right at the
I-
beginning?
No, I didn't hear it. I
Oh.
think
Well, I would-
continued, it seemed like we were
I would
doing
note from the history
everything
of every
wrong. People
parking
can't
lot.
read it. They don't know what, it's too
Yeah.
confusing and so on and so on. And by the time he's done, I feel like I'm in a hole in the ground.
Well, just to note, from every parking lot that we have purchased, developed, in progress of developing, every one of them has made money.
Yeah.
We are doing the DOT lot because P1 through P4 are successful. We paved next door. With that very first lot, we paid $130,000 to do that lot. And its first year alone, it brought in $150,000. Paid for itself the first year. Keep in mind, it's just a surface lot. When he's talking about building a multi-level structure, you're talking about having empty spaces in it.
Yeah.
That's where you have that cost difference of where it may or may not make money in its first year. And I wholeheartedly agree with what he's saying about it needs to be close to the core. The more parking you have around that people can find for free, the more they'll try to grab that before they go pay. And that's what drives those empty spaces. So if there is no free parking around, it drives them to that lot first.
Well, I liked Shannon's report today at the Downtown Steering Committee. I thought it was well done. And then it just sounds like it's undone when he's through talking.
No, I just think this is your first exposure to all these action plans and some of us have been kind of close to it. What they said in the first time that they came and presented to you guys was that you have a very efficient parking system right now.
Right.
You took our recommendations from 2018, implemented almost all of them, and it's working. However, we can always improve. We're continually trying to improve. And so what they're doing now is giving us recommendations on how we can improve.
And so we will just look at all those recommendations and decide if we want the app on the phone and all that other
We've
stuff.
already got the app on the phones.
Well, we have an app we have Park Mobile app to pay.
Yeah.
I think what he did allude to an app that would, and we tried to go there when we implemented the sensor technology. We thought that what we would be offering to people is an app where they could look and see where there was parking available.
Yeah,
But those sensors were never more than 80% accurate. We didn't want to roll it out.
Yeah.
We made a poor business decision when we went with that particular vendor.
I disagree that we made a poor business decision.
Okay.
I think that the consultant was less than honest with us on what the technology could provide us.
Fair enough.
I think our decision was based on
False
misinformation that we
information,
were
right?
provided.
Fair.
We would not have purchased it if we knew that it operated the way it actually did.
Fair.
So is Brad a part of this group or
No,
he's not?
he's part of that, he was
The
part
other
of the
group, okay.
Rick, kind of question about the ADA, I think maybe we breezed over that real quick. In your report here, it says, additionally, however, this is a general sense that there is not enough dedicated ADA parking. Seems kind of vague there, and are we in, excuse me, are we in compliance with the state with ADA spots as it is?
Yeah.
So then you're recommending additional ADA, just gravy on top of the ones we have?
Well, a couple things. No, that's a great question. You're compliant on your off-street lots. Because they actually have federal requirements. And so if you have a certain number of stalls on an off-street lot, you have to provide a certain number of specifically designed ADA stalls. Until recently, there was no federal standard for ADA parking on street. It was usually done by request of businesses or citizens to locate ADA stalls downtown. In our survey data, there's some mention, and even in our discussions at the PAC and with other businesses, people were saying that either we don't have enough ADA stalls or they're located in the wrong place. And so our recommendation is more in terms of what should we do on street moving forward? Because location is everything. A lot of cities just go put ADA stalls up. They don't go through a location process. Now, with that said, there's a new federal rule that you're going to see hit the streets here soon. It actually passed Congress that there are now new standards for ADA stalls for parking on street. And we're trying to get our minds wrapped around those new rules. We're working with the city of Corvallis right now in that regard. So bottom line, maybe the restatement of the recommendation is to more strategically locate ADA parking on streets so that it's not affecting your overall turnover and that they're actually being used, but they're meeting a new potential new federal standard, as well as they're located in a manner working with the business community and the ADA community that they'll actually be used.
That's great, yeah, to get ahead of it and strategically putting them in the places where they'd be used, not taking up other non-ADA spots that could be turned over.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but the new federal standard is just now coming out and we'll see. It's going to require a specific amount of parking based on the amount of supply you have. Just like the off-street.
Say it one more time.
The new federal standard, as we interpret it now, like I said, we're trying to get our minds around it and we're working with Corvallis. There will be minimum requirements for on-street ADA parking moving forward. We just don't know pardon me?
What was that? What's that gonna be based on? That's what you were saying.
total number.
Probably amount of supply and it could be by zoning, like only in commercial districts, for instance. But we don't have all those new rules yet. But what I want to do is we'll change the language up in the recommendation to be more clear in that regard. But the city needs to be prepared to take a more strategic approach to on-street ADA parking. To one, react to some of the input we received from businesses and users, but also to comply with what is possibly a new on-street federal standard.
Shannon, did you mention that there was a consideration just for downtown parking, that we just make them all accessible for ADA? Is that?
No,
What I said
It-
was that all on-street parking is free to ADA parkers right now. The
Okay.
city gives them the free parking, you do not have to
Yeah.
pay. You simply have to have your placard so we can see it or on your license plate. But that is Washington State.
yes.
Law.
Okay, so they park in the kiosk section, as long as they have the tag up,
That's off street.
Oh,
Yeah, if they're downtown in kiosks, that is street parking, that applies. to them.
Okay,
And we also stopped charging in the ADA spots in the lots as well. We used to charge.
okay.
They still have to adhere to the hourly requirements though, like on street, they still can only be there for 3 hours.
Yeah.
But it's free.
Is that accurate?
We have waived that, we have let the ADA parkers wiggle around a little with the over 3 hours to accommodate some of our older people that find it difficult to get anywhere in a fast amount of time, that way they have to be less worried. And they
Okay.
also found that it's so few and far between, that it was a nice.
Yeah, nice gesture.
Sure.
That's right.
Okay. Thanks.
I'm curious back on the exploring residential parking incentives, the MR4, about Leavenworth residents. I'm always curious about being able to measure this, and I've talked to friends that don't used to come down more, and they don't as much anymore, and I'm not sure what's real and what's not real, right? I'm trying to figure out, is this 10 people, or is this a majority of the residents used to come and we're losing them, as you know, we're letting them down, or what's I don't know what the reality is, right? And then measuring it. I mean, if we make these changes, how do we know if, you know, we communicate well with them, we check all those boxes, we're communicating with our residents. How do we know if people are coming back to town? Are they coming back once a week, or twice a week, or 4 nights a week, or it's just one of those things, and we wanna accommodate our residents.
Right.
But I'm trying to figure out what's real and what's not real.
William, do you want to address that? And then I can follow up. I've got an
Sure.
idea.
On this question, we did actually reach out to a colleague at Estes Park, Colorado. They implemented a program where they essentially provide residents of their school district with, when they rolled it out, I believe it was an hour of free parking. So if you are within the school district, register your license plate, you can come downtown and park for free for an hour. Their paid parking program is a little different. They only charge during the summer. It's free in the winter, but nonetheless, I sort of talked to Vanessa Soulsby is her name, about the program, and her comment was that it was really the concession to the residents that made a big difference to make them happy, but it didn't do a whole lot in terms of their parking demand. When they went out and measured it, it was less than 1% of any demand in downtown was associated with these registered vehicles. So it was pretty minimal impact, but it just helped build support for the parking program among residents. Exactly.
Was that 1 hour a month, a day, or?
You just every day you don't have to pay for the first hour of parking.
For what parking?
First out.
First hour.
For residents.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that, people have talked.
I didn't write
I've heard
this
it.
down right
I mean, that's-
because you were talking so
They used to
fast.
come here 3 times a week.
But did I hear you say that snow removal,
nice, I agree.
because it provides for parking, can come out of parking?
We have paid for snow removal for our parking lots
Mhm.
from parking. Enterprise.
You do from parking?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, thanks.
And I might just add back to the question on how do you track it, which I think is a really good question. It can be tracked because the free hour is associated with a license plate. So you wouldn't get a perfect estimation because a person may only just stay for that free hour and leave before the officer ever gets there. But at least with the license plate associated with the residential incentive, it can be tracked to the extent that officers are recording numbers, and you can then correlate that to a database to say, was that transaction a resident using the program, or was it not?
Yeah.
So it can be tracked
Okay.
pretty easily.
Is that it's not that burdensome on your end, Shannon, it's a data dump and you can just imagine, is that laborious?
Say that at all.
Yeah.
But I'll leave it at
Yeah,
her to say.
No,
Yeah.
that would be very difficult and also you'd have to first ask the question. What's a resident? 98826, the zip
Yeah.
code, is the school district,
City limits.
or is it city limit?
I agree.
Yeah, defining resident is a big deal.
Yep.
That means you go, and if you go to zip code, then you're going all the way from Steins Hill
Yeah.
up into Lake Wenatchee.
Right.
Right.
And one other note on that is that we put that one to just explore this in whatever capacity, whether it's, 1 hour free or some other discount program for residents, that would be a long-term issue. But if you do consider that, our recommendation would be explore mobile license plate recognition first. Right now, your program is great. You have handhelds, you can track everyone based on your walking routes. But like Estes Park, they have vehicles that are going around and they're making probably 5 or 6 sweeps per day of all vehicles parked in their downtown, and that's what enables them
Yeah.
to allow this to happen. That's a big investment in mobile LPR just to enable that.
That's everything we have today. Any last comments? Otherwise, we really have appreciated this opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was very deep and thorough and lots of stuff to think about. You guys really laid it out for us, so well worth the time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Let's get you on. Good stuff to move ahead on.
It's a
I said I'm full already.
That was our sum total of our study session. We've got a breakdown until we got
$1,000.
called to order the meeting of the Leavenworth City Council for May 28th. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Shane?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Sharon Waters.
Ann Hesper.
Zeke Reister.
Shane Fair.
Travis McMaster.
Right, and we do have a motion to excuse Councilmember Strand for this evening. Would entertain a motion.
Second.
All those in favor, let me see your hands. I believe Rona's still coming, but we haven't heard.
She was on.
She was on earlier, but she's. So we'll hope she shows up and we'll make note. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Alan, seconded by Shane. All those in favor, let me see your hands. Passes unanimously. Comments from the public on items that aren't on the agenda. You have me online?
We have two attendees.
Nobody
Neither's
raising
raised
hands?
raised their hands.
Okay, we assume you're all here to speak on items on the agenda, so we will move on to our public safety reports. And first, we've got Corporal Randy Lake for the sheriff's report. Evening, Corporal Lake.
Evening, how are you?
I'm doing great. You?
Had to get help from my IT director again. So we made it through Memorial Weekend. That's usually not too big a deal out in Leavenworth, but up Chelan, that's kind of the Apple Blossom / Oktoberfest all put together up there, but it was pretty reasonable. Unfortunately, unfortunately, there was one fatality collision just before the weekend. We also, the helicopter program assisted with a recovery out of Kittitas County. That was sad to hear of over the weekend, but we made it through. We're kind of gearing up for summer. We are going to be getting a third Leavenworth deputy back. That's been, we had a deputy that was out on a extended leave from an injury obtained almost 2 years ago. So it'll be good to have him back around the end of July, June, first middle of July, somewhere in there. The hours for April were 724 with 21 on foot patrol, and the calls seemed pretty low. Not a whole lot going on, 2 DUIs. couple of, what looks like 4 criminal charges, couple of possessions, theft, third and shoplifting, and 1 resisting that may have been part of a DUI or one of those calls. We're just kind of gearing up and getting ready for summer for the fire season and, of course, the heavy tourist season out there in Leavenworth area. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for,
I do.
yeah,
Is the bomb threat at, let me see, here's my glasses. I guess that would help. Is the bomb threat or attack connected with the SWAT with the one behind it? Were those, what, is that together or are they separate incidents?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I thought it was the last month that the one came in through Leavenworth, Kansas.
I don't know, it's just on here, Leavenworth monthly report. I think that was on last month's.
Yeah, that's for April.
Yeah, I thought that was April. That was one that came through Leavenworth, Kansas, where they didn't even have the right police department that they were contacting.
Okay, well, maybe my booklet is
Oh, this is
messed
April
up here.
20.
Lot incident, the one that went up Cole's Corner in April.
I'm sorry, I've already moved past that one. Yeah, there was a SWAT call out there. And to be honest with you, I having trouble remembering exactly what it was about. I think it was just an arrest, and that was we do a point program when if we know we're going to go and arrest somebody, where we put go through a matrix and they score points, and if they score high enough points, we just go ahead and send the SWAT unit instead of sending just patrol to go and do that.
Okay, thank you.
any other questions? All right. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Randy.
Let the minutes show that Ronan's now with us, so. 7:06. And I don't see Mike out here. Nope, not online either. All right, so we don't have our second safety report. We'll go on to the next, which is a public hearing on cottage housing. The public hearing is a chance for staff will give a report, and then it's a chance for the public to make comments. And again, we ask that you, if you are live here, that you come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. We have to be a little bit more picky on this one. Address your comments to the council, and they're just comments. It's not a discussion or question, but just your own comments. And so we'll call this public hearing on cottage housing to begin at 7:07, and we'll begin with Lilith.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. The Planning Commission over several months diligently worked with reviewing options for cottage housing. The primary goal for the Planning Commission was to find a balance between regulating cottage housing and developing regulations that weren't overly burdensome to the developer or the land or to city staff, but that was certainly last on the list of review items. We wanted to make something that was usable and approachable, that the community could actually benefit from, and make sure it wasn't code that would just sit on the shelf, so to speak. To find that balance, and I think it's outlined in your staff report, the Planning Commission weighed the size of the dwelling units. They opted on a slightly larger size cottage at 1,200 square feet. But that consideration included discussion of what would be a 2-level unit. It would be a 600 square foot footprint with a secondary floor option. And that also touches on another large discussion they had, which was related to height. And they opted to bring down the height of the buildings to 20 feet. They would be measured the same way all other buildings are measured in Leavenworth. So that 20 feet would either be the max point of a angled roof, a shed roof, or to the midpoint of a pitched roof. If the city council remembers from our previous discussions about height, we do want to encourage pitched roofs as they are traditional in our community and help provide that neighborhood feel. They opted for parking to retain the parking standards that we currently utilize, which would equate to 1 parking stall for every cottage house because they're less than 1,500 square feet. There was a bit of discussion about setbacks and how to reduce the setbacks to better utilize the property. And to that extent, they are recommending a reduction of the front yard setback by 5 feet and allowance of an 8-foot rear setback. And that 8-foot is consistent with what we already have in code for parcels that have access via an alley. But this would be applied across the board. And we had several long discussions or fairly decent discussions on the courtyard, what the size of it could be, how it could be calculated, what it could and couldn't include. And in the end, the draft code does recommend a specific size of courtyard, but it does give the administrator flexibility to look at the overall site. As you can imagine, these courtyards could be a variety of design standards, and we wanted to give the most flexibility to the designer of the law of the development. Those were the main highlights of a cottage housing. The hearing that Planning Commission held was in March, and they recommended approval of the cottage housing moving forward to the City Council. The City Council reviewed the proposal in March, and there were several questions related to, finding out if cottage housing would provide housing for our workforce, and concerns about maybe that it would provide more opportunity for second home ownership rather than local first-time home ownership. So in my write-up, I did talk a little bit about the request to look at other tourist communities, particularly South Lake Tahoe and Vail. It turns out that not very many communities are utilizing cottage housing. Under tab 12 of your packet, the very last article, the last 2 pages or so, there's an article there. And it talks about cutting costs with adding cottage housing. And one of the findings there is that this tool has not really taken prominence across the nation, but is more of a Pacific Northwest tool. I thought that was pretty interesting. But they made some of the same findings in that article that we see in more recent studies and across the board, that this type of housing is typically used and targeted towards single individual, married couples, empty nesters. Also, we know that it's related to maybe retired individuals as well, or small families. So the other items touched on by the City Council would probably be better addressed as far as home ownership or management of the developments, would be better addressed with the Housing Advisory Committee or some future housing land trust coordination to use this cottage housing tool and create additional housing, not only in the private market, but with the land trust and in conjunction with a type of land trust, I should say. So in concluding, I'd just like to say that the Planning Commission spent quite a bit of time on this. We feel like this is a very good basic cottage housing regulations with not overdoing it. I'll point out that Allison Miller is in attendance tonight. Thank you, Allison, for being here. So if there are questions specifically for the Planning Commission, she's available. And today there were 2 comments sent via email. And so if you haven't had a chance to peek at those, you should check those out. 1 pro, 1 con. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if there are questions.
Okay. We will move into the public hearing portion, which allows our public to come up and make comments. Who wants to go first? I assume there's 1 or 2 of you that might want to come on.
My name is Ken Yalowitz. I'm going to speak on behalf of myself as a resident of Leavenworth and also on behalf of RC3, the Residents Coalition of Chelan County. I live at 201 Bent.
Good, thank you.
The 2 houses to the west of me are vacation homes. The 2 houses to the east of me are vacation homes. One of the vacation homes was just recently listed for sale. And it sold within a matter of weeks, and now it's a vacation home for somebody else. These are good folks. They're good neighbors. I don't want to be critical of people owning vacation homes. That got me into Leavenworth. My point isn't that vacation homes are bad. My point is that creating the opportunity for more vacation homes is not a way to create housing for local residents. This isn't Bellevue. This isn't Ephrata. People want to come here on vacation. People want to own second homes here. If we just create more housing, that housing is going to get bought up for vacation homes. There are 3 big projects the city has approved in the last few years. Every one of those is market rate housing. Before the city council agrees to create more housing units, take a step back, look at what's happened with the increased density that has been allowed to date, and consider whether or not there's some alternative to making sure that the new housing that comes into the city is at least partially available for local residents and not all vacation homes. So I'll have.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I have to leave now because I'm Susie Lane and I live at 321 Tumwater Drive in Leavenworth. I fully support the Planning Commission's recommendation regarding cottage housing as another solution to affordable workforce housing. Like many, my husband and I appreciate the beauty of Leavenworth and we really want it to stay the same, but we also appreciate the community. I'm not so afraid of too much density occurring since there's a limited amount of underdeveloped land. And I'm more afraid of losing community, which requires the ability of working families to be able to reside here. If we lose our teachers, our medical workers, our farmers, our hospitality workers, we will no longer, we'll definitely spiral into strictly a tourist town for the rich. So I share your concerns. Cottage housing is another tool in the tool set. And it will add stock. Yes, I know it can be bought up, but the more stock we add in the lower, rather than the big houses, that will increase the ability for working families to be able to buy homes. And it adds a diverse housing inside in terms of sizes and styles. And what a great idea, the sharing of the courtyard. I mean, having houses together that will share the courtyard and still enjoy the outdoors. And so finally, I'd say, let's be bold. I know the inclination is to find the silver bullet. We think we have a silver bullet. If we can just wait until we figure out what all the other communities have done, and we can, adopt that one thing that's going to solve it. I actually don't think this is the bullet. Sorry, the silver bullet. I think it takes a multitude of solutions to solve the housing crisis. What if Leavenworth succeeds in housing by having multiple solutions? I appeal to you. I know it's, as a resident, I don't want it to change. I was like you, we moved in from the other side until we could live here. And so it's hard to control. You know, we can't vote on who gets to buy a house here, but if we have more housing diversity in stock and you know, smaller houses, we will be enabling our workforce to be able to stay here. So. Thank you. I love this.
Thank you.
I'm very nervous.
Okay, great.
Great. Next. Anybody else? Sure.
Hello, my name's Luke Dixon. I live at 260 Benton Street. I'll keep mine short and sweet. I'm here to support cottage housing. I believe cottage housing is a tool that creates higher density, lower income housing. Not only does it create increased community opportunities, given that it's high density situation with families living close together, it creates opportunities for lower income housing. Not creating housing isn't an option in 2024. We have a very, very busy town, and creating more custom homes is simply going to exacerbate the issue of people coming in and buying second homes. There's no way to stop people from buying second homes, and so creating high density housing isn't going to help that in the wrong direction, right? So that's all I have to say. I'm also kind of nervous. Thanks for having me.
Excellent.
Thanks for coming.
My name's Tom Durback. I live at 231 West Street. And I didn't move from the other side, but I moved up over here as my primary residence. I have one residence the entire time I've been here. For primary, we moved over here to be my family, and to age here in this beautiful town. And I've been in the housing industry for over 30 years financing it. And I've seen the travesty that's happened, and the glut of, second homes. And I believe we can put some restrictions out there. I'm a huge proponent of community land trust and deed restrictions. I know that it's bothersome to people that have a ultra capitalistic view and they want everything to go up. But then what happens to guys like me that get up in age and are on a fixed income? How do we stay here? How do we hire our teachers? We're gonna really have a real problem in the district. My wife's on the school board. And to bring people in, they can't afford to live here. So, yeah, I would like us to find every legal tool possible to put a lot of restrictions on it. I'm not against people doing well. I hope all of us that, you know, have homes here in town, you know, are having appreciation, but a home to me has always been one and only one thing, a shelter and a place to come together, be with family and friends. It's not a place to just build up equity and make money. And what I've seen with the second housing market, it's a money grab. It's come in here, build it up, and then we can sell it in a couple years. So it's an unhealthy situation. And I just wanted to let the planning commission, the council know I'm in support of this. I know it's going to need to be fine tuned. And yeah, I don't want it less expensive houses built and then a bunch of folks come in and go, okay, they're less expensive and we'll buy more second homes. So, you know, we'll have to navigate through that and figure out, but I would be one, if I contribute to organizations like MEN and anyone that is out there trying to put together community land trusts that can put all the restrictions they want as primary residents. So anyway, thank you for your time and for all your hard work.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Hello, council. My name is Maggie Richter. I live at 238 Pine Street. I have definitely benefited from the development that has taken place more recently. I would say the majority of my neighbors are primary residences, not all of them, majority. We have an ADU. We are heading into our second tenant. And when I look at these tenants who apply to live in our 700 square foot, 1-bedroom ADU, the majority of them would be perfect candidates for cottage housing. So I look around at the housing and think, must feel like such a bummer to work here, to work at restaurants, to be a massage therapist, to be people we see, and to look around and feel like there's nothing that they are maybe wanting or could aspire to buy. Not to say that they're not going to make a lot of money someday, but buying $1 million home, and most of these have been younger single women, or we've had some older applicants who are also single. Buying that $1 million home might not be in the cards, and that they also probably don't want a 2,500 square foot home to manage and care for. Cottage house would be a perfect place. And even if some of them are bought up as second homes, some of how life works is knowing that there's an opportunity in the city and the place that you live for you to grow into. For there to be something that someday you want to buy. Someday, all of us, if you don't currently own a home, or if you do own a home, probably dreamed about owning a home. And right now, I think for a lot of our workforce in particular, and maybe some of our seniors who I think cottage housing is most catered to, there isn't a lot for them to say, oh, someday I hope I can afford to buy that. I think they probably look around and feel like there's nothing that is being built for me or someone who looks like me. And we can't prevent exactly who will purchase these, but having these increases the turnover and inventory that gives people who live and work here something to dream about owning and something to say, the city cares about me. They're building things that will fit me, not just who fit this particular type of people. We build a lot of things that fit that particular type of buyer. So I strongly support cottage housing. I hope council that you can find answers to any questions. I have confidence that I know that you guys have a lot of decisions to make on our behalf. We entrust that to you. But I also don't want to see us continue to kind of kick the can on some of these ideas that are coming out of the hard work of the planning commission. So thank you.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thanks.
Okay.
Anybody else?
My name's Kurt Peterson. I live at 12700 Spring Street. I don't know what I can add to what's already been said, but I just want to reiterate, maybe emphasize a couple of things. I'm in full support of this, primarily from the perspective of, creating, as a previous speaker talked about, creating opportunities for those that are trying to get that first home or that first living experience in our town and are participating in our town already and feeling like maybe they're left out. So how do we create opportunities for them to feel like they're at home in this town, and Leavenworth is for them? I do want to touch on one thing. Look, I'm not unsympathetic to Ken's point about second homes and vacation homes. I mean, that is an issue. I understand it. I'm not saying that that's wrong, but I do think that it's a false equivalency to compare the cottage housing proposal to something that will drive this second home issue. More and more research is starting to show that second homes and people that can afford to buy a second home, they're not buying less than 2,000 square foot homes. They're not buying homes that aren't on larger pieces of property. That's what a second home means for them. And that's great. I don't think that they should be stopped from doing that. What we're talking about here with cottage housing does not fit the profile of a second home for a majority of those that are thinking along those lines. So I just think it's a false equivalency, and it's something that is a worst case scenario or an outlier at best. And in reality, it's going to be more of the situations that we've heard about, these ADUs and other things, people that are staying in ADUs now. In fact, we have somebody that takes care of our home when we leave, and she jumps at the chance to do it anytime she can because she's having to stay with her mom and she can't afford to live anywhere else. And it's because there's just too far a jump to go to get to something on her own. So this inserts something at that, it gives another rung on the ladder instead of having to make the biggest jump, of their life. And then finally, I do want to call out, the planning commission. Look, I understand, there are questions and there has to be public commentary. But the folks that are on things like the planning commission and other commissions really do care about the city, and they put a lot of effort in and they put a lot of time in, and this is just not something that's haphazardly put together. There's been a lot of thought and a lot of energy and a lot of research put into it, and I appreciate the fact that they've done that, and I trust them. Ultimately, it comes down to that. I trust the work that they've done, and we should trust them to move forward with it and not stall on it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
And Allison Blair, 337 Prospect Street, and excuse the allergy, raspy voice. Okay. As a planning commissioner, I really appreciate what Kurt said, that we put a lot of work into this, and it would be wonderful if you trusted us to, trusted that we really all do have the best interests of the city of Leavenworth in mind in all the decisions we make. So we put a lot of work into crafting a code, not just taking code from other jurisdictions and saying this looks like it'll work, but we spent a lot of time crafting this specifically for Leavenworth and saying, how can we come up with a code that will allow more small units on a lot in a way that maintains the character of our town and in a way that works for Leavenworth in terms of parking, in terms of open space, and while it might be tempting to say, why do we need more houses on the lot? We have a very serious housing shortage. So that I don't feel like is an option. If there's a way that we can accommodate more residences on a lot, that fits with the character of our town, we need to do that because there's just not enough housing. And in terms of second homes, I feel like that is a totally separate discussion. There's nothing about these homes that would encourage more second homeowners versus any other kind of dwelling unit in the city. So that's another conversation that I think is really important regarding deed restrictions, some, other ways of managing second ownership, but that's not really related to cottage housing because I feel like, the understanding of the planning commission is that any home is equally available as a primary residence or a second residence. And the important thing is figuring out how we can provide more housing in a way that works for the city. And as a resident, I think cottage housing, while it hasn't been used very much, even in the one place where it's ever used, which is Pacific Northwest, I think it's a really great option, and even if it only gets used once or twice, hopefully it'll be worthwhile. I live in an 1,100 square foot house with my husband and my kid and my dog, and it's totally fine. Like I appreciate small space living, and I think a lot of other people in Leavenworth would also appreciate it. And when you have, larger lot sizes, developers want to build larger houses on larger lots often, and that doesn't accommodate all of the needs in Leavenworth, financially or just in terms of like the living situation people are looking for. So, happy to answer any questions. Do you have any? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, Allison.
My name is Celeste Peterson, and I live at 12700 Spring Street. I would like to introduce myself as a full-time resident who came here by way of a second home. And we started looking in our mid-40s for a second home in Leavenworth. We had kids who were teenagers at that time, and we were looking for luxury. We were looking for waterfront property. In fact, we purchased waterfront property. We wanted Grand Mountain views when we were disillusioned with the whole building process. We ended up purchasing a cabin. It's a huge cabin. It's over 3,600 square feet. We used that cabin for almost 2 years as a second home before we moved over here full time. My husband and I retired. And why I say this is because we reflected the majority of people who are moving here to Leavenworth. The 2022 Second Home Attitude Report by the Principal Research Institution says that 68% of people who are looking for second homes are looking for luxury property. And the definition of a luxury property includes a large amount of land around it and 2,000 plus square feet. And so by building a house that is 1,200 square feet, you really are making something that is less appealing to second home purchasers from wherever and much more appealing to small starter families. So on the flip side of this argument, I grew up in a house that was 1,257 square feet. And it was amazing. It was my me, mom, dad, 3 people, 2-bedroom house. And it was ideal. And that is just a great size for a young family. And so I think that building cottage homes is just an ideal way to face our current problem. But if we do the thing that has been recommended over and over, to pause and wait and see, then we will price ourselves out of it. We will lose all of the big land to big developers. And those houses are going to attract huge second homes to be built on them. And that will ruin our community. With just, if we pause on every single measure for smaller homes, for condos, for whatever was going on with P2, if we pause them to lay too much on that, we risk losing any ability to build the smaller home. We do have developers who want to build smaller homes. They want to do it, but they want to have the city council and the planning commission and those codes be clear. And so they are waiting in the wings. I think that, there's a Greek philosopher and he said something like, nothing is permanent except change. Whether we like it or not, the world is in the process of doubling its population in an incredibly small amount of time. We are going to feel that doubling here in Leavenworth. How are we going to handle that? We need to handle it with grace and with foresight for things like cottage housing. So I fully support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further comments? Anybody rushing, anybody online?
Got 4 attendees online, but
Nobody raising their hand?
anybody on Zoom want to speak?
I have some questions. No, no.
Well, this
Just
is
later?
the time,
Okay.
yeah. All right, I'm seeing no one rise, so I will close the public hearing at 7:37. And we will move on to our next public hearing, which is their 6-year transportation improvement plan. Again, once again, when the staff reports given by Tom. After that, we'll have public comments and it will be the same. You come to the microphone with your name and address and just statement of facts, no questions, no commenting, trying to get discussion, just giving their comments as part of the public hearing. So I will call the 6-year transportation improvement plan public hearing to order at 7:38.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, Mayor Corey, community members, good evening. This public hearing, as the mayor indicated, is associated with our 6-year transportation improvement plan. This is a housekeeping item. RCW 35.77.410 requires the city to adopt a 6-year transportation plan every year. The draft plan for years 2025 through 2030 can be found under tab 13 of your packet materials. There are not a lot of substantial changes to the TIP this year. There's just a few modifications and cleaning up projects that have been completed. Nothing new in terms of additions. One thing to note, aside from this being an annual requirement, most federal and state agencies that provide transportation grant monies require projects to be on the TIP. Also known as the Transportation Improvement Plan. And this does not mean that we can never amend the TIP mid-year. We've done that in the past. So if there's a grant opportunity that comes up, we don't have an identified project on the TIP that makes sense for the grant, we can amend it through the same process to the council. Again, this so the 6-year planning horizon is 2025 through 2030. There's a draft plan provided tab 13. Also provided under tab 13 is the 2040 transportation project list that was put together through the last comprehensive plan update associated with the transportation of it. With that being said, happy to answer any questions prior to the
No, first public hearing, we'll have any comments from the public that would like to speak on the transportation improvement plan? Anybody? Are you seeing none? Nope. Okay, I'm seeing none, so that will end at 7:40. We'll end the public hearing on the 6-year transportation improvement plan.
Thank you, Mayor.
And move on to our next public hearing, which is code consistencies. Again, the same rules will apply. And Lilith will give the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. The code consistency was reviewed last meeting at the study session a couple of weeks ago. Based on the staff's request, or excuse me, the city council's request, the itemizing within the staff report A through P, I believe it is, was added to the attachment so you can see how those correlate together. The majority of the amendments being proposed are clarifications to code recommended by city staff that should help make implementation of the code more consistent with current practices or clarify things that weren't clearly stated prior. So I think we've been through this a few times as a city council reviewing the packet. So I'm not going to run through anything in particular. I will let you know and the public know that this has been through the Planning Commission, reviewed in detail, and they are recommending approval as presented. Staff also used this opportunity between the Planning Commission and the City Council to add a memo to the packet talking about how to further support residents within the urban growth area that are trying to do accessory dwelling units through Chelan County by moving a section of code in the zoning code to a new chapter for section 1414.085. So it would be the statement related to accessory dwelling units attaching to city water and sewer facilities. That can be addressed in chapter 14, probably more appropriately set there in any case as it's not specifically zoning related. And by adopting that in that manner, it will help alleviate the questions that the Chelan County is having with the adoption process there. So with those changes and recommendations, I will conclude my presentation and turn it back to you, Mayor.
All right, so this is a public hearing, so if anybody would like, if you got a chance, you're such a nerd on code that you dug into all of these, come up and let us know what you're thinking.
Guess I'm a nerd.
Yes. You're a code nerd.
I love it, Carol.
Yeah.
My name is Carol Stearman. I'm the 5 Dempsey Road in Woodward. So, we're really pleased actually to see that the city is adding, specific standards and guide propagation studies, because these are very important for the city and the valley. Because of the growth that we're experiencing, and traffic certainly is an issue affecting all kind of challenging at times. I've reviewed a number of traffic impact analysis over the last few years, and there's 2 deficiencies that keep popping up that I think need to be addressed a little bit more specifically. One is the city's comprehensive plan specifically states in policy 1.1 that the measures of baseline traffic need to be done at 2 points in time. One is a federal weekday time, which is Tuesday to Thursday, between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. and typical summer Sunday between June and September, between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. And I think it's important this actually be spelled out in the code rather than assuming that an applicant will know what's in the comprehensive plan. This part of the code has changed in the last few years, and not everyone is familiar with the need that accounts also be done on summer weekends. The other thing that we've seen on some of the impact studies is the use of old data. Rather than doing current counts of traffic, old data is used, and then there's sometimes extrapolation, something that feels it's adequate. So we feel that unless the data is within 6 months, that the applicant should not do any traffic. So those are the 2 changes that I'd like to see. I think it will be helpful for the applicant. This clarity actually in the code.
Thanks, Carol.
Are there any others out there? Yes. We know you're a nerd because you're on planning.
I'm very nerdy. Biggest nerd, Allison Miller, 337 Prospect Street. Regarding the item that was added for the ADUs and moving, yeah, so basically the planning commission already reviewed everything, so obviously I think it's fine. But the one item that was added is moving the requirement for ADUs to be connected to city water and sewer from the zoning code over to section 14, or title 14, which is where everything else in the code regarding utility connections is closed. So it makes sense that it moves to this other section. The reason that this is very important to do right now is because the county has essentially placed a moratorium on building ADUs within the urban growth area because of the code essentially saying that ADUs have to be connected to city water and sewer. Obviously, in the urban growth area, you can build a single family residence that's not connected to city water and sewer. So why would you not be able to build an ADU? And you were up until very, very recent. And the county decided to interpret that differently. And this is the best way to bring about the correct interpretation, which is that ADUs need to have utilities, regardless of whether they're in the city or the UDA, but if they're in the UDA, they do not need to be connected to city sewer because that is not feasible. Mostly, I wanted to speak up on this because I have some clients, but also people like, because I'm not there, but also people that I'm not working with at all that have brought this up to me and intended to be at this meeting, were not able to be here, but they are, people who are personally affected
by this issue and would really like to see that item moved in the code. I just wanted to kind of speak up for them since they were not able to attend the meeting.
I think we fixed that last session, right?
We discussed it.
We
This whole
discussed,
process
this is the
fixes it.
process that we're doing.
Yeah.
We discussed it, but we haven't passed it.
Oh, I see.
It's an action
So,
item like tonight.
That was a part of our,
Like a second, like a two-ish word on it. Perfect.
yes, go ahead.
Kurt Peterson, 700 Spring Street. Yeah, I am super excited if you guys could just fix this code, because I'm gonna speak on behalf of two of my neighbors. And they're trying to build three, and they're not building ADUs they're building for literally their, parents-in-law. They're building them for, friends of their children, to live in. So, I mean, this is exactly what we want to have happen. We want these ADUs to be brought in to increase the opportunities for those that, that need it. And it's, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it seems like it was a nitpicking operation from the county side. It would be great to see this, unfortunate, nitpicking, come to an end. So my support.
Thanks, Kurt. And thanks for you saying what I don't have to say.
Missing, we added that.
All I have to say is I'm tired of the city getting blamed for something
Yeah.
that isn't really our doing. But
That never happened.
no. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will close this public hearing at 7:50 on code consistencies, and we will move on to our resolutions, ordinance, orders, and other business. And our first is an ordinance approving the cottage housing. Somebody would like to put that before us? Can discuss it.
Leavenworth City Council moves to adopt ordinance 1693 cottage housing.
Second.
Moved by Shane, seconded by Ann, and discussion.
I'd first like to recognize the community members that submitted comment letters. I know we had one from earlier this year from RC3, but they also emailed the council, and I want to recognize that that was received and read along with Ken's email submission and some others. So I wanted to thank everybody for participating, not only via public comment in emails, but also coming to participate today.
Well, it always is nice when you get community involvement.
My question, I guess, maybe this could go to Allison. So the limit on the largest cottage you could build is 1,200 square feet?
Correct.
Okay. And 20 feet high, halfway up the gable?
Yeah, basically the goal with the different height on it was to limit it to 2 stories. Like 1.5 or 2 stories, as opposed to the height limit in most of the city allows for potentially 3 stories.
Right. No, I really like that. Yeah, great. Was awesome.
So my question has to go with the 1,200 square foot. The assumption that I heard from Willis was that's a 600 foot footprint that's 2-story. Is there a limit that has to be 2-story? No,
There is no limit to the footprint,
right?
but because most of the remaining lots in Leavenworth are small enough, and because of the open space and parking requirements on site, it's very unlikely that you could actually have a 1,200 square foot footprint. Like you just wouldn't be able to fit
Right.
that much stuff. But you could have like single level, 700 or 800 square foot
Right.
units. And you would, just with all the other site requirements, it would be hard to fit anything much larger than that on a single level.
The other question I had, Ellison, was if you have an R6, so potentially, because I was looking at this whole thing about front yard setback, 2-yard side setbacks. Is it possible for somebody to so what size of units could you put 4 units on an R6? Do we have a sense of how many square feet those things would be?
And I can't do the math in my head, that's right.
Okay. Is it, well, yeah, that's not,
Like if you wanted to put 4 units on a 6,000 square foot lot,
you're right.
they'd be very small. I don't know if,
Probably less than 500 or less than 700.
yeah.
Oh, yes, definitely.
I'd say like under 600.
Okay. So
Within our packet, Zeke, we had some layouts that Allison had provided, and it was
That was
closer
not
to 3.
490 square foot home.
that's what I was looking at, was that the layout.
6,000 square foot lot. I'd
Okay.
be right at it for.
Okay.
And actually the layouts, when I made these site plans, that was not, that was when we were talking about what to do with the actual courtyard requirement. And we settled on like a 20 by 20 courtyard unless there was administrative approval for some slight adjustments to that, but we wanted to actually have open space. So that third one is showing like the 3 houses lined up.
Okay.
This would not actually mean code because it doesn't have that courtyard.
Oh, okay.
So those are, and those are only 400 square foot footprints.
Okay.
So you could arrange
could.
it differently so that you created that courtyard space, you know, like some different layouts, but they're, you know, because of fire code, the units have to be 10 feet apart from each other.
Okay.
As well as having side setback, so, you know,
Yeah.
there has to be a lot of open space on site.
Okay.
I had some related questions about the look of this. The cottage housing was my favorite idea of all the density initiatives that were supposed to provide more affordable units. And I think one of my reservations at this point, even though this was my favorite, is that we haven't really succeeded in creating density that is more affordable. And now I'm hearing that, but this is going to be different because, you know, and I'm listening to these ideas. It's interesting that it's, you know, certain people are saying it's less likely that they'll be used as second homes because they're less desirable for the kind of people that want it. I wasn't aware of that. I'm definitely aware, like Maggie said, that we have all kinds of folks in town that want a place to live. I know a number of young women actually that are trying to find places to live. So I'd like to understand more about the look of this in a neighborhood and how it would function. And it looks to me like, I'm looking at your diagram here. It looks to me like you need 10 feet total between 2 units. Not 12. I think our house needs 6 feet, so it'd be 12, but, or does it only need 5? Okay.
The standard side setback is 5 feet to create 10 feet of separation between houses on either side of a lot line.
Okay.
So even within one lot, the houses have to be 10 feet apart.
Okay, I guess we have an extra foot. So, and I've always lived in a small home. We have less than 1,500 square feet in our house, and I love small houses. So, so it's that much in between, but how much on all the sides? I'm not quite getting that.
So it has the same side setbacks as a single family home would be required to have. So 5 feet
Okay,
on the side property lines, 8 feet on the rear property line, which again is the same as single family home with an alley. 20 feet on the front, which is for a single family home would be 25 feet, but you are allowed to have a porch within that front setback. So this is 20 feet, and then 10 feet between each unit.
yeah,
And then somewhere on site, you have to provide a 20 foot by 20 foot courtyard that is not part of your side or rear yard or front yard setbacks.
okay.
And isn't your driveway.
Yeah.
Right.
Parking.
So as part of the, so what I'm thinking about is, you know, I love this idea because I love those little mid-century cottages in Wenatchee that are brick, and they're shorter than that. They're usually only 1 story, but, and this to me, for my taste, is a tiny bit tall, but anyway, that's not super critical. But what I'm wondering is, if each one has a little driveway, is there any requirement for vegetation whatsoever? Or are we talking about concrete and gravel, basically, because that's all there's room for?
The space between units would not, I mean, I guess theoretically, like a driveway could go between 2 units. I can't think of a scenario where that would make sense, because, you know, we have 10 feet between. I mean,
For this to work,
Yeah,
to be able to fit multiple units on site, you have to condense your parking, condense your access. And leave some other open space essentially, and there is the courtyard requirement for open space. I also, I've never seen an example of cottage housing, and we looked at a lot of examples where there was not like grass or landscaping in between the units and in the kind of shared courtyard space between the units. And, you know, at least at the front yard, some of the side yard, you know, the parking, just to make it an appealing, pleasant space that people actually want to live. They try to keep the parking in the back, like kind of tucked away, and turn the shared space into a yard that would be landscaped.
so do we have anything in the code that the planning commission worked on that said there needs to be any vegetation whatsoever?
Just the yard setbacks and the 20 by 20 courtyard requirement.
And the courtyard, does it need to have vegetation anywhere in the code?
I don't think it specifies, I mean, it doesn't specify landscaping requirements. I believe similar to the multifamily housing code. There's.
Yeah, there's no residential structures that where we say you have to provide grass or trees. The only landscaping code in all of the city is for parking lots. So it's not specifically called out in this development or any other development except for the parking lot.
And what about permeability?
Well, they address that with their stormwater plan. And so if the lot is to be covered with impermeable surface, then they need to address that in the stormwater planning.
I guess what I'm asking, would it be possible to just pave this entire thing and put units on it?
No.
You have to have some permeable ground.
Yes.
Well, you need a courtyard. And
Yeah,
then
the
we
20 by 20 courtyard can't be hard surface, but also with our stormwater requirements, you have to keep your stormwater on site. That's just a standard in all residential areas, is you're required to keep all your stormwater on site. So the more impervious surface you create on site, roofs, driveways, sidewalks, whatever, the more space you need to allow for that runoff water to have somewhere to go on your site. So it's, yeah, I mean.
It's highly unlikely. It costs more money to make it that way than it would to landscape it. Because you'd have to put a stormwater tank underground to address all the covered space. So in addition to being unattractive, it would be more expensive.
Yeah, I think more expensive would be more of a motivator, you know, for builders. So, okay, and can we talk about the height a little bit? So it's 20 feet tall, the units are 20 feet tall, and they could go up to like 25 or 30, depending on the roof, or I'm not quite getting that.
The height limit is 20 feet, and that means that if it's a shed roof, 20 feet to the highest point. If it's a gable roof, 20 feet to the midpoint of the gable. And because these units are so small, I don't think it would be possible for them to exceed maybe 25 feet. Did we put in the 25-foot max? Like we did?
I don't think we did, but we talked about that too. And I have mentioned that. I can't imagine it ever getting higher than 25. I think 25 is a stretch.
Yeah, just based on the size that's possible for these units. If it's 20 feet to the midpoint of the gable, it can't get much higher than that. So the idea with saying 20 feet instead of the residential standard elsewhere of 30 feet was so that they were limited to 1.5 or 2 stories, so that you didn't end up with towers.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of towers.
Right.
So, and there was some discussion about that it would be appealing eventually to have single level units for accessibility.
But because of the very limited footprint, if you're trying to do this on a smaller lot, we didn't want to limit it to one-story development. So on a larger lot, you would have the ability to have, 800 square foot, one-story units. But if you're trying to do this on a 6,000 square foot lot, it's nice to have the option of having 800 square feet split between 2 floors instead of only 1 square feet.
Yeah, so you could get a full 2 floors if you wanted to. It's not limited to 1.5. I've always felt like the main buildings in our town historically, and I care about the history and look, have been 1.5 stories. And I have wanted to limit to that. And I'm a little regretful that we haven't quite done it here even. I mean, I would prefer that. And certainly the initiatives that have come before have been much taller, even we can build up to 38.5 feet still, with our other codes.
No.
So.
You can't.
Not now.
Oh, did you change that?
That's been changed.
When did you do that?
A year ago.
I didn't know you changed it. So you got rid of that variance. You can't do it anymore. You can only go up
We
to
have a max height
35.
now.
Right.
35, okay. So still pretty tall, almost 3 stories, but, anyway, so I like this. I think it should say that there has to be vegetation. I don't trust that there will be. And I also wonder about the parking. So is the parking gonna be pushed to the back of a lot like on Orchard Street or kept to the front? Because I'm thinking of the people that have backyards. And if, 7 parking spots are pushed to the back, what would that be like for them in their backyard? So what are we doing about parking?
We do not want to over-regulate parking, so it is recommended that it is on both the access and the parking itself are on the sides or rear of the property. You can have garages if you can fit them. That's fairly unlikely probably. So most likely it would be like a little parking area at the back or side of the lot. But we didn't want to get overly specific because there's such a variety of lot sizes where this could be applied in town that the more you get specific, the more you make it impossible on certain properties and it's less likely to.
Interesting. And then the final thing I want to bring up is what, if we had a unit here and it's 1,200 square foot and it's on what is the size of lot it would be on? Like, can you help me? It's on a 20 by 10 foot lot. I mean, that's wrong, but what would the size of these lots be? They'd be.
I mean, the smallest lot that it could be on is a standard 6,000 square foot city lot, 60 by 100. But there are still some like vacant half-acre parcels of land in Leavenworth where this could be used, and then you might have the opportunity to do slightly. But then you might actually approach the 1,200 square foot size of 3 units if you were doing it on one of the bigger parcels, but.
Are the units able to be purchased individually?
Not under current code necessarily.
Yeah.
But if the condo, when the city adopts condo regulations, since that has to happen in the next couple of years, then they could be owned separately as condos. If, when that change is made, but it hasn't been yet. Or the planning commission is talking about, I think at some point we're going to discuss unit lot subdivision, which is a different way that, those units could potentially be owned separately.
Oh, so right now, like.
That is not currently allowed, like currently.
Yeah.
These would, like, if they're all on one lot, they
Yeah.
have to be under one owner.
Oh,
They're
Oh,
gonna be,
So they would be
rentals right
Yeah.
now. But
Oh.
if we go through the process of allowing condominiumization, then they could be under separate ownership.
okay, so, that's really interesting. So if a builder got to build 3 of these units on a 60 by 100, which I think is the size of our lot in town, they could maybe be rentable for whatever the market rate is, $3,000 a unit or something like that, 2,500. I mean, I'm trying to compare it to Leavenworth House.
Unit, I don't know.
Right. I'm just trying to compare it to the one by Safeway that I think people have told me is like $3,000. So it's a good deal is that too much, Maggie?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
For that size. For something that's small.
That's small.
Yeah.
1,200? Okay. Or maybe if it's smaller, like 800, maybe 2,000, 2,500, something like that. And then if they were purchased, I just want to do the math because I would love it if we could have more affordable housing. However, if each unit is going to end up still costing $400,000, I'm not sure that we're solving that affordability issue, which we haven't been able to do so far.
As discussed, there's no silver bullet for affordability. This is another
Right.
option. And an 800 square foot unit that's on the same property as 3 other 800 square foot units or 2 is cheaper than one 2,400 square foot house on that lot. Like, even, you know, I mean, it's like, it doesn't mean that it is affordable for people that are below median income.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in the state of the housing in America, if you're significantly below median income, you need housing subsidies essentially. That's not something that we're fixing with this necessarily, but like a smaller unit costs less than a larger unit, and this is encouraging small units.
Right. I mean, I like so many things about cottage housing. Are we going to have any mechanism in place to see who buys these lots and, you know, who ends up if they're second homes or if do we have any mechanism for regulating ourselves or measuring how we're doing? And because I don't think we do for the other things we've initiated. So I wonder if there's.
I mean, we can't control that.
But I'm not talking about controlling it. I'm talking about monitoring it and see if we were right in theory.
I mean, like who buys it?
Yeah. Is there anything in place for this?
I don't think-
Assessor records and see who owns them.
I don't think you're gonna see so many of them that we'll lose track of them. So I think it'll be pretty obvious when we get the first application for a cottage housing development and we can see how that goes and take it again. And hopefully by that time, you know what? Yeah, no, I won't.
Yeah, don't go there.
The other thing relating to affordability is that the closest thing that we already have in town to cottage housing is the Mend Community Land Trust housing.
Oh, yeah, right.
Like
On
that's-
Titus,
Yeah, there's one on Titus and then there's one
by the
on
senior thing.
next to North
Yeah.
Meadows. Like that's the closest example we have, and part of what the planning commission talked about a bit is this could be something that the community land trust like Mend uses. Like this could be code that they use to do that type of actual subset affordable housing. So that's, you know, it's creating options, and it would be great if it was used in that way. Well, we don't know exactly.
Median price of a house is $767,000 in the board. So I would say that $400,000. Is affordable.
It's all relative, huh?
Yeah, it's all relative.
To somebody, yeah.
Yeah, so somebody.
Just not my relative.
Yeah, okay, thanks for answering those questions.
I have a question for Ken. First of all, if you don't mind, thank you for, being here and representing RC3. I was just curious if you or RC3 had any other reservations about the cottage housing other than the vacation, the possibility of them being used as vacation homes.
Yeah, as I indicated in the written submission, I think the cottage housing idea is a great idea. And my only concern is that you're putting the cart before the horse. If you can adopt inclusionary zoning, at least you can require 1 out of 4 of these is going to be affordable.
Right.
If you don't adopt it, then they can all be market rate.
Okay.
And so that's really, I like Rona had said, I think it's a really interesting idea. I think it has a possibility of creating affordability, but you could make sure it created affordability just by adopting inclusionary zoning first. And I don't quite understand why that keeps getting kicked down the road. That again just seems to be pushed, beyond condominiums, beyond cottage housing, and that's really what ought to be first.
Good. Thanks, Ken.
I have a comment related to that, tonight. Big comment. I had the opportunity to speak to a developer about this exact issue. How do they feel about actually forcing them to build a certain number of homes that are affordable? And this was a motivated developer who actually wants to build more affordable housing. town. But he described it as a carrot and stick situation. He said, you want to chase off a developer more than anything, put more regulations, more requirements in place, and use the stick more often. If you want to encourage developers to build more affordable housing, create an opportunity for them to make money, they're developers, but also in a way that they can provide the right kind of housing. And that's the beauty of cottage housing, is that especially it's got to be, yes, eventually coupled with the condominium approach. But this developer was a motivated developer who is not going to spend all the upfront money and all the costs associated with trying to build affordable housing just because there's a stick, right? They're just going to walk away from it. But if there's a carrot, meaning there's opportunity for them to make money, that's what's going to attract them. And so that was eye-opening to me too, because I was at that point of mindset as well. Why not just require developers always to do this? Well, it's because they have to make a living too. They have a job to do. They do their job well. And so it's better to give them a carrot. And I think that's what this cottage housing does, is it provides a model that's more based on the carrot-based approach versus the stick.
And I'll jump in there briefly too, is that when we had that discussion, and the reason inclusionary zoning has been a little more challenging to address, is it's finding that balance between what is the density increase needed to offset the development cost, because the developer needs to be able to build more units to cover the cost of the one they're giving away. So it won't be build 4 and one of them has to be affordable. Doing my math, I can't see where that would be a carrot for the developer. The density increase is going to have to be higher, and those numbers are going to have to be looked at carefully, and they probably have to be refined over time. So we're trying to do our due diligence with inclusionary zoning in a way that doesn't stop growth, but is a benefit to everybody across the board. So these are they're just different tools too. And I'll remind everybody, this one came ahead of the other discussion in part because we have an application. So we're trying to do due process and a timely review that's required under state law. But inclusionary zoning is with the Planning Commission next week, as is unit lot subdivision, which will provide another avenue which might be beneficial for cottage housing. I hope that's helpful.
Ken, you wanted to add something?
I was just gonna say that my understanding of inclusionary zoning is it is a carrot. And the carrot is you can do more density. Maybe there's a question about how much, but we'll let you do more density if you provide some affordability. So inclusionary zoning concept is really a carrot, not a stick.
It's not how the developers see it.
Well, they're the ones that kind of matter.
I have a question about cottage housing.
Okay.
Allison, I have a question for you, since you have busily worked on wordsmithing all of this new code language. Why did the planning commission land on the requirement of at least one parking space within 200 feet of the closest exterior wall of its associated cottage?
It specifically says that it's associated cottage.
Yep. And I think that that's gonna be a hard length to meet if you're working with more cottages that are separated by 10 feet and you're pushing all of the parking into one location. So I was curious why you landed on 200 feet.
I think that's a question for Lilith, because
one of your site plans that you put in here as just one of the options that you threw together, it doesn't work on one of them. Yeah.
The length of it is 200 feet, like the outside, right? So this parking spot's here, it's within 200 feet of that first one.
No, it's more than 200 feet on the one that has 8 cottages on it.
Yeah. Okay,
It's
so
just
this
slightly
is
over, but
200
my
feet.
question was, why did you land on 200
This
feet?
is
And
less than-
why is that something that we need to regulate?
I think that number, I kind of want Lois to jump in, because I think it's because we wanted to say that the parking has to be on site, except if we end up with unit lot subdivision, then the site changes in a way, and to define it as being on site would be different. So we were like, well,
most sites are not going to be much over 200 feet in any direction, thus 200 is a little.
Yeah, yeah, I think we're just thinking about manageability and accessibility. When we have those discussions.
So for the time
That's-
being, we're not discussing unit lot subdivisions yet. We don't have it in our code. Could it be easier to say that the parking has to be on site and in the future, if we need to, we can amend the code? Just to simplify it for the time being?
We could.
We could, I think also this does.
I'm just thinking of some larger lots in town that have not been developed. And that could potentially hinder their development for the number of lots being built on them.
This one,
Potentially.
that's 200 feet, like the length of the lot is 200 feet, I'm trying to think where.
Yeah, it couldn't really be outside of that lot. Yeah, with the setbacks and the buildings being pushed in.
Like it's 200.
And we did look at the lot sizes in town and consider the majority of lots are 100 feet or less. There are some deeper ones closer to 200 feet.
So there you go. Maybe I missed.
This whole thing is 200. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we did look at the existing lots. I do recall having a discussion about that and felt like this would be consistent with what we currently have in town. But to that extent, it's not a deal breaker in the design or layout.
Feel like among the commissioners, we did not have a strong commitment to including this 200 feet from something, but it was just sort of a way of saying parking on the site as opposed to, because you could theoretically have like offsite parking. Except that I think in a residential code, that's not.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it has to be on site.
I guess it would count. The parking code that says you have to have on parking.
Can we just go ahead and like Ann suggestion is we have parking on site? Leave out the 200 feet, address that as we get to it. So we can get this thing, get this ship in the water, and that's what I'm thinking. And I also like to say that I'd like to stipulate, kind of like we did before with the ADUs, that the halfway up was, at that case, it was halfway up the gable was 30 feet for the maximum of 35 ridge cap. I like to have kind of a similar thing here where it's 20 feet up the gable and a max 25 feet on the ridge cap for the cottage. I mean, I don't think that would change anything, but at least it'd give a limit and that'd be clarified.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like really possible to go over 25 feet.
Right.
Geometrically, yes, but, so if you want to put that in.
Yeah.
We're just keeping it simple.
It's just nice to have, there's clarity defined. I know, I don't have your perception at all else on how things go together, but it would just kind of give me a baseline to say, okay, this is it. This is as high as you can go. Because you're only going to get 20 feet on the halfway up the gable anyway.
We're not gonna allow the pointing hats to be on the top.
So that's what I'd like to see.
I really like the courtyard requirement.
Yeah.
I'm glad that there's required yard space for people to share.
Yeah, Bill's community, those people won't want their second homes in the middle of a community. They won't feel a part of it. Just saying, but does somebody want to make an amendment? We've got
I
a
have a
motion.
couple of questions.
Oh, yeah,
I'm just waiting.
okay.
I'll try to, I don't have many here, but I've really got the scribbles all over my paperwork. First of all, I want to say, I have never heard anyone say that the planning commission doesn't work hard. Never. We know how, I go to all your meetings, as you know, I know how hard you guys work. So, that shouldn't even be an issue. I wondered if anyone has thought, since there is some, it's not pushback, but some wanting a bit more time to see, is there any mechanisms out there that gives us control in any way, shape or form of building a cottage houses, and they can't be bought by, people that aren't, you know, as second homes or, you know, these kinds of things. I mean, I don't think that would take months and months to do, but if there was a bit of time, I wonder if it's worthwhile to check that out, maybe whether it's with land trusts or whatever, so that all these places that we build are protected and they do go to affordable housing people.
I think that would be deed restriction, which is a separate item.
Yeah.
That I think is a pretty big topic. So I would prefer that that was discussed, that cottage housing was not contingent upon a discussion on deed restriction, but that deed restriction was its own conversation. And we talked about, does this apply to cottage housing? Does it apply to other housing as well? You know, what does that look like?
And are there any other things out there? Has anybody looked to see what other protections? I mean, you're like the biggest in this in the world. And so is there, what can we do?
All those protections, basically, in this society, they take dollars. That's what's gonna get you the protection, is being able, and whether it's men with bringing private money in to say these are ours and they're putting their restrictions on them, or city has a source of dollars that we purchase and say, builder, you can create these, but they're gonna be deed restricted. I mean, basically, the only mechanism I know to ensure that you're gonna get them for your workforce, for affordable, is to bring dollars to the table. And that's the piece that can't be handled by I just had a brain fart. So
The
planning commission, and our, yes, they're not our source of money. They can't build that in. That's something that has to be added as a layer that we're working hard to do. And that's a place where everybody here can help us do that by putting pressure on our legislature to say, let Leavenworth have a source of funding that they can apply to this. Because without it, quite frankly, it's all up to whoever can grab it and whoever wants it. And we hear that maybe cottage is our best interim, in that the second homes may not be as interested, second home buyers may not be as interested, but there's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee, and the only way I know of a guarantee is somehow capturing it for our workforce, and that takes dollars.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, as it stands today, until we have the conversation about condomization, if someone were to build cottage houses, like say they built 3, they would have to rent those out. They couldn't purchase them as, I mean, they could use one probably as a vacation, but they'd have to rent out the other 2.
It would all be owned by one
They
owner.
would be owned by one owner. Does that make sense, Sharon?
Say that again.
So the way it stands today, if someone were to build 3 cottage houses on a piece of land, they could use one of those houses as a second home, but they would have to rent out the other 2. So they would have their second home on the land, but be renting out two of the other houses.
So let's say there's 3 cottage houses and you buy them.
Right.
So you can live in one
I could have one as a second home and then I'd have to rent out the other 2.
and you could rent it for any amount of money you wanted to, and the second home would be any amount of money.
Well, I'd have that in,
Yeah, but you built 3, so what happened to the third one?
Rented.
rented.
Oh, that's the one that you rented.
You'd have to rent 2 of them.
Yeah, you'd have to
As
rent
the
2 of
owner.
them.
I guess I just feel like maybe it's worth a month. Trying to see what we could do so that because people are picking up, are snapping up, houses. They don't have to be rich people to buy a house. They're not, everybody that's wanting to have a second home is not necessarily the person that has $1 million home, in Bellevue or something. They're just looking for a escape to come and visit Leavenworth, road, go on the river and everything like that. So it just makes me wonder if it would be worth it to do that, because once we vote this, then that can't happen. Is that right?
Once we voted.
Then we can't save it
Yeah.
for anybody. I mean, save it for just affordable housing.
I'm saying like deed restriction or other forms of controlling who owns a house in Leavenworth. That can happen at any time to any kind of house. So cottage housing, like if you approve the cottage housing code exactly as it is right now, then you can go at any point in the future and say, this is, you have to have deed restrictions to do this kind of to build cottage housing. There has to be deed restrictions that say it can't be a second home. Or you can say, you could go in later and say cottage housing can only be used if it's affordable housing. You could make those changes.
Unless they've already been.
Because you can make those changes to, like inclusionary zoning and deed restriction, all these ways of creating affordability. You can apply that to any kind of housing in Leavenworth. It's not part of the cottage housing code.
But you're gonna have a sack of money to make it work.
Yeah, because I remember the 1980s that back a few years, Lilith, and with the 1980s, and they were supposed to be used for affordable housing, and none of them were. When the person built them, then they didn't do affordable housing. They were regular markets.
We weren't requiring ADUs to be built for affordable housing. We were we were providing an avenue for accessory dwelling units to increase and diversify the housing stock and the number of housing units. And knowing that they're smaller, that they would be more affordable. And that's where we get into that whole question. And we ended up coming back around, Sharon, to defining what affordable meant. The low income affordable, the workforce affordable, and then we started adding definitions to it. So we will be doing a survey of individuals who have built accessory dwelling units, asking them to let us know how they're using them and more information about that. So that's due to go out, I believe, this next month. Kara already has the questions and the survey tentatively drafted. So we'll have more information on that. As far as the deed restricted, we did talk to our attorney about that. There are some limitations about how that can be used or how that plays out. It's a bigger question, and we had a lot of limitations on how to do it. And that's why it didn't move forward over the last 2-3 years that it has come up.
Okay, thanks.
So Sharon, I have a relevant data point, if I may. It's sometimes hard to think about hypotheticals, because you can go to any extreme. So I have a real factual situation to present. So the Martins, wonderful family that has helped this community immensely, right? Through their wonderful below market sale of 31 units to men. In addition to that, they gifted to men a piece of property. And men would like to build on that property a cottage housing type of situation to create more affordable rental units. So that's a real world example where this provision could be enacted immediately to allow them to move forward with this effort. So I just think that's important to take a real world situation versus a hypothetical.
So when you say give them a piece of property, you're talking about the houses or above and beyond?
Above and beyond, they get a blank lot, it has nothing on it today, Men is actually raising funds now to eventually, in the hopes of eventually building cottage-like housing on it.
Is that
Or low-
inside the city limit?
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Do you know what it is? or-
It's on Joseph
Behind
Street.
Joseph, it's behind the duplex that they got from them on Joseph Street, it's behind.
Okay, I'm not picturing that, but I remember going on Joseph Street.
Yeah, they did,
Yeah.
they the Marsons went through a special effort to do some,
Subdivision.
so that they could gift that lot separate from the other activity they're doing on behalf.
How big is the lot?
It's big enough. to put-
6,000.
Yeah,
Yeah, 6,000 square feet.
Okay,
You know, I thought of one other thing. I haven't been well and I've also been really busy, so I don't feel very up to speed about this. But does anyone know if, you know, someone builds three little units on 6,000 square feet? They live in one as a second home, they rent the other two. Does anyone know how long they can rent before it's considered short-term or long-term?
They have to be longer than 30 days.
So 30 days, okay.
30 days.
So 30 days, so
30, okay.
was that funny?
Well, that's a long
Everyone
term
knows.
debate, it's been around for a long time.
Because these could also be sort of seasonal turnover places too, right? I mean, like, there's nothing we could do to stop that, right? If
No,
someone
but-
saw,
If a Stevens Pass employee is in one for the winter.
no, that's great.
And then a US Forest Service employee is in it for the
Yeah,
summer.
that's great. Well, that's. good.
Or
I was
summer
just-
theater stop. I mean, yeah, at least we're keeping it home.
Yeah, I like all that. I'm just thinking if someone would try to use it as some other kind of
So-
thing, but.
so-
It couldn't be
No,
short.
because the subsection.
So from a legal point of view, you're bouncing up against the equal housing opportunity laws. So as soon as you start putting some of these kind of restrictions in place, you're breaking national law by trying to say who can live there and under what circumstances. So that's what I imagine that the lawyer was talking to, that, you know, equal housing opportunity access requires a certain amount of non-restriction
Yeah,
in place.
yeah, okay, 30 days, okay.
So what I've heard from the city council is item B would have a comma at the end of that sentence related to height, and it would state no greater than 25 feet. And then item C would, related to parking, would start with each cottage house shall have at least one parking space, period. And then we'd have the items 1 through 4 below. With those modifications, did I capture everything that was of a concern?
Actually, Sean's about ready to make that motion.
Yeah, I would like to amend my motion to reflect the amendments discussed, subsection B to include a maximum height of 25 feet, and subsection C to be amended to say parking, each cottage house shall have at least one parking space. This
Period.
removes 200 period, this removes the 200-foot parking stall distance. The subsections 1 through 4 will remain.
And do you accept
Second.
that? Okay.
I will accept that amendment.
Okay, so we've got it amended by the mover and the seconder. To include those in the ordinance. Any other discussion?
I don't think it's geometrically possible to have 25 feet and put 25 in. And 200 feet, I don't think those are necessary. Just on the record.
So no, if you can't do it, then you won't mind saying it.
and if you have a parking spot, but you don't have a car and you don't want to use it, you can do whatever you want to with it. Is that right?
Mhm.
You could probably rent it to your neighbor if you
Yeah,
have 2
yeah,
cars.
they've got-
Okay, I just wondered what if, okay.
What's the going rate for a parking spot?
Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor, let me see your hands. Any opposed?
I'm gonna abstain because I just don't feel like
Okay,
I haven't thought about it.
all right. So have you read in your notes what an abstention actually is?
Yeah, I know. I don't
Okay,
like it.
I know.
I don't like it. I don't think it's
Okay.
fair, but I know what it is.
All right.
It means that I voted for it, but I don't really want to. I want to just say I abstain because I'm not ready, but I don't
Right.
get that.
Thank you,
So-
council members.
Thank you, Lord. One, and. There. Now, thank all of you members for coming out and staying with us
Thank
through
you,
those
Ken. Thank you,
other
Ken.
things and hanging in there. Moving on. I can find my spot. Yeah, we are now at ordinance 1694, the code consistency. Lola?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not seeing that attachment B was included in the packet materials. I do know it was included prior in the study session, and it is written in the ordinance that there is an attachment B. And so I would still very much like to have the city council vote on it today if you feel comfortable with that. Otherwise, we can bring it back with the full ordinance. Unless I'm missing something in my packets, but I checked online as well. But in any case, we would very much appreciate your vote on this tonight.
She's talking about that.
Code consistencies.
Yeah. Thing
16.
that Kerrville sent to give us.
16.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can address Kerbал's questions if you like. She talked about the traffic study and having the report done in the summer written into the code, as well as within 6 months. We talked about this with Tom Wacholder. Tom, I know that was a conversation we had quite a while ago. We talked about including the summer language in there. As I recall the conversation, there was a request just to keep that not in written policy, but in the comprehensive plan. Do you feel comfortable talking to her request at this time?
I am, yes, thanks for asking, Lois, I am. One thing we could expand that section to include and just reference the comprehensive plan's current policy on that. And I can address to the baseline data for the summer weekend. So when the comp plan was last updated, the transportation element was updated, that was right during COVID. So at the time, traffic patterns were not normal. So the decision at the time was to wait until traffic patterns became more normal. And so now it's more normal. We're actually taking updated counts as we speak. And we will get a baseline for the summer, this summer.
Okay.
So that's the reason why. I'm sorry, go ahead, Will.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just was gonna ask you though, we only get these counts once a year or once every few years, not every 6 months. So if we required it to be done every 6 months, the individual developer would have to take on that cost of working with WashTOT to get those done. Am I correct in that?
You're correct. And I think an updated count once every couple of years is normal, and applying a growth factor when they do transportation impact analyses is very much standard practice.
Well, wasn't she talking about, because if it's this thing about, if I understood right, we went through crashed through a whole thing about making sure we do that traffic count, not on a weekday, but on a weekend.
So at the time, so at the time when that was updated, it was during COVID, and so traffic patterns were not normal. So the second best available data set we have was a summer Friday peak hour. So that's what we require developers to, because that's the only baseline we have is that Friday summer. But that is gonna change. We're gonna have summer baseline data.
Right, going, yeah, this summer. Okay.
Consistencies.
So what, in your opinion, Tom, what's the best mechanism to tie this to make sure we're getting the most accurate information incorporated into a traffic impact analysis?
So my recommendation is under 12.59.030.E.2 is just to add in accordance with the current comprehensive plan transportation element policies. That way, when the comp plan is updated, we don't have to constantly update this at the same time.
That's good. Okay.
I like the idea of you putting it in there, though.
I think it's a good comment. It is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it'll clarify items for applicants.
And just to be clear, you said the data is available from a traffic count taken within the previous 6 months. You're saying, I mean, I would say a year seems fair, but you're saying it might be 2 years.
It could be a couple of years. Yeah, I think a year is still a little on the aggressive side.
And you said they'll project if it's 2 years back?
Yeah, I mean, when I was at the city of East Wenatchee, there were applicants that would use, like a 5-year-old data set, and they do, they have growth projections over the last 5 years, and they just apply that to the data set, and that's the best available data.
And do we always do that?
We do.
Okay, like, Alpenglow, I think it happened with Alpenglow. Did we do it with Alpenglow?
We did, yeah, Alpenglow, Leavenworth Meadows are the two most recent traffic impact analyses.
Okay.
Off the top of my head. There's one from Quinta too, I'd say.
So can you, Tom, just so I can get this clarified, so what is the limit? How recent does that traffic data need to be taken? Within the year or within 2 years?
So I mean, every couple of years is fine. We don't have a hard policy on whether, it's 3 years old, we need an updated data set. It's basically the judgment of the city. Makes sense.
Of the city staff?
Yeah.
So there's no real guide to say you will, if a developer wants to put in some, as far as determining the mitigation that's necessary, we don't have a time limit that he has to have that, it's tied to that, whatever number he's gonna get from the mitigation, right? I mean,
So we do require mitigation, right? So.
We require the mitigation, well, what level of service, but that traffic has to be relevant within so many, is it just within the last year?
Right, but again, we would require the growth factors being applied. So if the data set is 3 years old and there's a 2%, growth per year, the last 3 years, you apply, 2% per year.
Okay.
But we're gonna have a current data set this summer to run off of. So whenever there's a developer that needs to compare their projected growth to the baseline, we'll have the baseline.
Okay.
But you also just remember that we went through all of this too, is that when you're dealing with the state highway, we don't. Nothing applies to the state highway.
Yeah.
Basically.
US 2 is exempt.
It's exempt from any of those traffic.
Hence,
impacts.
that's why the Adventure Park didn't have to deal with it because it was off the state highway.
They have to deal with what their parking is, but they don't have to deal with all the traffic. that's
Traffic they might
moving
create on
through-
Highway 2.
On
Yeah,
Highway
yeah,
2.
so US 2 through Leavenworth is designated as a highway of statewide significance, and there's RCW that designates those types of highways as exempt from concurrency.
What
So it
about
doesn't matter.
Jumpstick?
Yeah, that's different.
But they have
But
to
the
get a traffic
highway is
impact for
just
Icicle
highway.
Road, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
And they're-
Jumpstick does the,
But that would be the
thing,
intersection.
do they have
that
to,
would be found.
why do they
US
have to
2.
do all that?
They're having to do mitigation.
Okay.
Okay.
Allison, I'm sorry, I cut you off when you were, let me move on.
I will throw in there that the Adventure Park did have to mitigate on Icicle Road.
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
Icicle is off the highway.
Right.
Right.
Apologize, I caught you off guard when I was asking about the ADUs being plugged into the city water. Was confused myself. We discussed this last week, right? About changing the language, and that's in here. I couldn't find it in here. Is this
It's a memo.
It's a
at the
memo
end
at the end of that section,
Okay.
from that last page.
Did you find it in your packet, Ann?
Yeah,
I
the
didn't.
memo's in the packet.
The memo's in the packet.
Oh, I didn't have it in mine.
I know,
What tab?
Same tab.
Tab 16.
Okay.
Oh,
No, tab 14.
what's not?
Is it tab 14?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's under the public hearing tab.
Yeah, it's under the hearing tab, not
Yep.
the action item tab.
Okay. I just missed that piece of paper. Well, I'm glad you guys have it
I
in front of
don't
you.
more than I do. I'm sorry. Where is it?
I don't have it.
Hold on.
Tab 14.
Right, I know.
At the
tab
end of-
14
It should be at the end of tab 14.
In the code with the blue lines.
It should be a staff memo at the end of everything else.
Don't have it.
It's at the end of tab 14.
Yeah, it's at the end of tab 14.
I don't know. So that's fine.
Right here's memorandum.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Did it not make it on the paper?
Did you have it? Z?
I don't have it.
I don't
The
either.
accessory dwelling unit must be connected to the water
It's not
and
here,
sewer
so it's not that
utilities
one.
of the city and shall have separate services for any accessory.
Yeah, I
dwelling
have it in the
unit
digital one.
So we changed that, right?
Greater
We
than
discussed the
900
language,
square
we changed
feet.
that.
We didn't, we discussed it.
We discussed it.
We discussed it.
So that's not a part of this.
It will.
Yes.
It will
part
be.
of our action.
We're voting on it.
Moving that out of that area.
Okay, I just didn't see it in here. It's a separate.
There's a
memo
separate memo
implied.
that's
It's stuck to this. It's
They
stuck
didn't
to what
make
we're
it
voting.
into some,
Okay, thank you.
do you have,
No, we don't.
No, you're talking about this.
so some of the.
You're allowed two and that's it.
Yeah.
Don't mess up.
know.
Yeah, they're expecting
No,
you're out.
sorry, guys. No, I don't agree with that.
I
We wanna
am
make
with
sure we
page
bring
6
everyone
of 6.
along.
I just feel.
Okay, thank you, I understand.
It's good to ask questions, Travis, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, Tom, while everyone's looking for that memo, I want to make sure that we have alignment on the new code section for the traffic impact analysis. You were saying that you would recommend adding the comp plan reference to Title 12,
Yep, well.
59030.
Yep.
What are the subsections?
And then subsection E, subsection 2. It says capacity and level of service, and then just after level of service, just in accordance with current comp plan, transportation element policy.
Yep. Okay, I saw that on Shane.
Okay, yeah, the memo is on the electronic version, tab 14,
Yep.
the very last page.
Yeah, I just showed it to them.
Good.
Okay. And it's the exact same memo that you saw 2 weeks ago at the study session when we talked about this.
Some of us did, some of us didn't.
Okay, so. Somebody want to move that ordinance and maybe with that amendments?
Are we voting on 14?
This is on 16, the code consistency.
But yeah.
So how did we jump
Voting on
from?
tab.
Oh, but it's tab 14, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
Item 16.
well, I can't vote on something I didn't read.
Well, you had it before. You did read it once.
Like I remember. Meaning. Surely you just.
Sure. Who's Shirley? We don't have a Shirley.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna take a stab.
Okay.
We're waiting.
Thank you, Anne.
Here, scribble my notes. The Leavenworth City Council moves to adopt ordinance 1694 code consistencies. With the slight adjustment stating that under the new section 1259 for traffic impact analysis, that section 1259.030E2 will be in accordance with the current traffic analysis policy found within our comprehensive plan.
Good job. Okay, second.
Okay. Seconded by Zeke.
I didn't know what someone else was going for.
He was going to.
This is.
Any other-
There's more chances to.
Any other questions?
Chances.
I have a question.
Yeah, okay, Zeke.
I promise Travis, there's more chance. My question, Lilith, was on the occupation, home occupation.
Yes.
So, brought this up before, seems to me like, person can have, this is on, in reference to, page 9 of 29, I think. Had to do, let me just phrase it like this.
Yeah, tab
It looks like in the residential section, you can not only have a bed and breakfast, but this also allows, like, say, a home business like a massage parlor or a hair thing or whatever. So I know that has to go before the hearing examiner. I'm just concerned that when we pass this, that are we opening a door here for what's to prevent it from over commercializing our residential neighborhoods? If we can get a bed and breakfast going on one R6 and also some kind of home service like a massage thing or a daycare center, can they add another one? I mean, like, what's to stop them, you know? Does that make sense?
Well, I want to be super clear that we're not authorizing that activity by any of the changes we're doing today.
Okay,
The changes we're doing today do not authorize or prohibit what is currently, allowed. So under our current code, they can come in and do that. The changes
Okay.
we're making today are just clarifying the size of the home occupation. We're moving some of the text related to the home occupation into like a purpose statement and that kind of thing.
Okay.
The combination of the two uses can occur under current code, and the changes we're making today wouldn't prohibit that. That review should go through the planning commission if you'd like to restrict those uses. What will most likely happen is that they won't have enough space for everything. You'll have to have the parking to serve both. And you have to, if one requires, bringing on somebody to work there for that home occupation, you have to have parking for them too. So there's just not enough space to do all of these activities. We did have somebody in town who was trying to do something similar. And they had, without a building permit, modified their structure and removed the required parking for the ADU. So they have been fined $2,000 for violating the conditions of their bed and breakfast. And they are working through a code violation process to address or remove additions to the building that didn't meet the standards and to find new parking. So there's lots of options. We've been talking about it for weeks as staff about how to, give them options, but still be within the code. They did have to pay the fine right up front because that's what's required in the code. But to get just even those two uses on there, it's very, very difficult. So, yeah, and they will go to the hearing examiner if they want to proceed with both uses. And, yeah, so it's a high hurdle.
All right, thanks for the clarification.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of ordinance 1694 as amended, signify by raising your hand, and we've got everybody, but one.
That's right.
Okay. Those opposed?
I'm abstaining.
Abstaining.
I have no
Okay.
idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't have that. I don't think I have that page.
All right, moving on then. So it's 5-1.
Thank you.
And now action item 17, Park Avenue vacation request. Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Flory. This item for you this evening is one that was before you a few council meetings ago, and this is associated with the Park Avenue vacation request. This is not the alley portion, this is the roadway portion of Park Avenue as it dead ends near and adjacent to the Nazarene Church. Since the last meeting, there was some confusion on snow storage requirements, and that's on me. I should have done more due diligence on the snow storage dimensions of the easement area. So since Rick Emmons and Rick Emmons, our public works field supervisor, went and visited the area, and Rick quite confident that he needs at least half of this area as snow storage, just to accommodate the Park Avenue area snow. So what we propose is the vacation request is conditioned with a 60-foot by 40-foot snow storage easement. And there's also further conditions that the city is not at risk of any adverse snow melt impacts due to this area being graded by a third party. And I've communicated the intent with the Nazarene Church folks, so they're aware. One concern that they had was that they didn't want snow from other areas being hauled to this area. And I understand that. And again, our intent here is to use this for Park Avenue snow only. It's in a residential area, so it would be quite disturbing if we had to haul snow to this area, so.
And we all snowed there before?
We have no snow there, yeah.
Tom, why would, just out of curiosity, why would we vacate this and then encumber it with an easement rather than just minimizing the portion of the road we're vacating?
That's a good question.
Why don't we just vacate the parts that we don't want and keep the parts we do instead of also having an easement that we then encumber the property with?
It lets them use it when there's not snow. I mean, it gives them full usage if it's theirs.
That's true. Their intent is to develop into a community space of some sort.
No, it's the snow storage space at a different elevation. Right?
Well, it's not a different, it's already flat.
Modified it.
It's excavated and it's the same elevation as the church parking lot right now,
When did they excavate it?
within the last couple months.
Oh.
So if you're driving by and you
When it
look,
wasn't their property.
and I see a yellow barricade,
When I look
because I
at it,
haven't actually been there, but I've looked still driving by. Is that yellow barricade at the end of what will be the end of Park Road if we vacate?
No, that's that would be the beginning, that would be the beginning of it. So it'd be the beginning of the
so
vacation.
when encroached,
That'd be the big,
Yeah.
where the barricade is, that's the beginning of the
Beginning,
vacation.
encroached into that vacated space.
So from there down.
From there down, yeah, right.
But can I understand this? So is it true that they graded it and changed it and we owned it
Mhm.
and they weren't supposed to?
Mhm.
Or am I right?
Well, Lil, can you speak to that? It's my understanding that the permit that they pulled was to modify what was their parcel. However, were they not fully aware that it was city right away at the time? I'm not sure. I was not.
Yes, I do think that's exactly how it happened. We gave them a grading permit. The permit was only sought after they had started grading the area. So it was kind of after the fact at that point as well. But through that process is where we identified that, hey, looks like you might be encroaching on city right of way. You'll need to vacate that as well if you'd like to utilize that land. And any case since then, the grading has continued. The grading permit was for only their property. But
Did that bring us in any way? If we were to keep this piece,
No,
No,
it made no impact.
Oh, no, there's no benefit. It
Made it worse.
impacted in the sense that they changed the grade from slightly uphill grade to a sharp downhill grade.
Oh. okay.
yeah, they need to end with a 2-to-1, so I think they need to go back and modify the final grade, but they're not done grading in that area. There's still a lot of material on their property, not just the public right of way. And they also demoed the house there, and they're not completely done demoing the house. There's still some structure there. So there's still quite a bit of work to be done.
So, yeah, just again, so what they did was it affected us in a negative way or positive way?
negative.
So it's a bad, the way they graded it for our purposes right now.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
now the snow will run off into their
Right.
property.
Right, and just to be clear too, the conditions of this ordinance, which were reviewed and approved by Tom Grafstra, it does not put any risk to the city in terms of snow
So you're
melt.
saying, right?
So it's in
It's
the
been baked
ordinance
in,
as such.
okay.
Mhm.
So if I'm looking at this picture like this, like this. We vacated that already. Yeah, we couldn't use it. And so here,
this
we're
is
keeping
theirs.
the, yeah,
This was theirs already.
Yes.
This is where that house was up above.
yes.
Okay,
And this is theirs.
no.
No.
This is our right of way.
Oh, the whole
The
thing.
whole thing, and we're asking half of it, we want to be able to dump snow on.
And what are the other half?
Well, they can use,
They were
we
gonna
would
build it,
vacate
yeah.
the whole thing, but we would get to use half of it.
Why don't we
For
use all of it?
Well, because we only need the snow from Park, and we think
Right, and
half
that's-
would do it.
When I went and did the
But do
site
we
visit,
want to
it's
do
quite-
that
it's quite-
and leave that open in the event that we need snow from somewhere else to also go there? Besides Park Avenue?
It wouldn't be all from I talked to Rick about this, from a feasibility standpoint, that's not an ideal place to haul snow to.
Cause you gotta go up Park. then.
Yeah, and it's a residential neighborhood, so if we
It's
were hauling
going
snow.
to
it would be quite
residential.
distant.
Oh, because you can't get on the property from unless they
Do we
said
have
you
an
could.
eas-
We don't
we have an
Okay.
easement through their parking lot to get to the bottom of our alley?
No,
No.
Interesting.
I'm still curious, why are we vacating the whole thing instead of just the part we don't need for snow storage?
That's a good question. Lilith, can you address Councilmember Hesberg's question?
Well, if it was private property, we would get a small increase in taxes. But being church property, we won't get the taxes, but we also don't have the maintenance to maintain it. We'll essentially be allowed to dump the snow from the city onto our easement without having to do any other maintenance to that area or be responsible for it. So there is some benefit in vacating it. And there's a big benefit in retaining our easement or creating a snow storage easement.
Do we have any requirements of them to make sure that they do not encroach on the 60 by 40 snow storage easement? Because they are going to be doing something there and they've already heavily modified our existing right of way. So do we have a mechanism in place that will make sure that we do fully retain the 60 by 40 in perpetuity?
Says that they can't have structures on it.
Yeah, that, yeah, the ordinance, proposed ordinance 1690 has language in there that, can't have any structures.
But does it keep them from further grading it and making it hard for us to even use it as snow storage?
I mean, at this point, we're just gonna plow it off the edge, so we'll just push it down, so I mean, unless they fill it.
Then are we gonna be encroaching onto their piece then?
Well, that's what the 60 by 40 should be large enough to give us a buffer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not really in favor of giving any possible snow storage away because since I've been on the council, we've done that more than once. And when we have the big snows, we certainly needed that property that we gave away. So that's just my stand.
I
Understood.
agree with you.
It's not trying to be mean or anything.
No,
It's
no,
just,
I understand.
okay.
I like it too.
Oh, you were just trying to be mean.
I don't think. you're
No,
being
you'll know
mean.
when I be mean.
I think you're being thoughtful, Sharon.
Mayor Brian Richter has raised his hand. Would you like me to allow him to talk?
Oh, sure. I didn't know we had him.
Hello.
Brian, you got something to say?
Yeah, this is Brian Richter. I live at 238 Pine Street. And I'm one of the trustees for the Leavenworth Church of the Nazarene. Apologies, I'm not there in person. We spoke with Tom earlier today. My understanding was we were going to continue working on some solutions that we presented with him, addressing some of our concerns. Sorry, something was just coming up on my computer. I think that our main concern, I guess, first of all, I wasn't aware that we started the grading without a permit, if that was the case. That certainly wasn't our intent, and it wasn't our intent to, do anything that we were not permitted to do. So I apologize if that was the case. I think our main concern is the drainage and, protecting our property from water damage. I think the main solution, maybe we presented to Tom, or the main thing that we would like to see in an easement is language that says that it's, snow just from Park Avenue. I think that was our main concern in seeing the potential size of the snow storage is, snow being brought in from other places. That's never been done in the past, and we weren't anticipating things being done that weren't being done in the past. Because my understanding is that area has been used. The city has pushed snow onto that easement, which I believe used to include a driveway that accessed the house that we own there. So I think our main concern is drainage. I guess, like, regardless of, if we were supposed to grade that or not, like, now it has been graded, and we don't want to create any problems, for the actual church building. So that's our main concern. I think the way that Tom's written the vacation request or the conditions, the thing we'd like to see added would mainly be language around that it is only snow from Park Avenue and it's not brought in. And I think we were hoping for this voting to be delayed so that we could work with Tom a little bit more. Because we just had the chance to speak with him at like 3 p.m. today. So those are all the comments I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. If the
Brian, Tom Walkover here. I did touch base with Murray and he expressed his concerns. And so I concluded the conversation and I spoke with Selby afterwards, and we both agreed that our intent was to keep this to Park Avenue. And I communicated that back to Murray, and I asked him to call me back for confirmation, and we never connected. So I want to let you know that I did take Murray's comments to heart and ran with that, and in an effort to get this, you know, proposed to be adopted tonight. I kept it on the agenda, so that's why we're here.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
I guess, Brian, we'd like to see something, I myself, I don't think it's an issue of you getting snow from other places. And whatever snow that we do put there from Park, that we're not responsible, you know, for, as it states, adverse impacts on you guys. But I think what Anna was speaking to was that there's no more encroachment on that 60 and 40 and 60, because that did happen initially, and that's a concern. So that's part of our side of it. At least that's my side of it, as a city council member.
Yeah, I think there might have been some misunderstanding because the topography was so much different that it was never utilized in the same way previously. But I think as Lilith pointed out, like, we're still in the process of grading. So like when it's all said and done, there will be a 2-to-1 slope there. And I think that, like Tom said, I think that 40-foot area is meant to sort of account for the snow being pushed over the edge there.
What if, as our equipment is pushing snow, they go beyond 40 feet? They're not gonna be able to control it.
No, that's what I told Murray over the phone, because he was concerned about dimensions of the easement, and I said, well, we pile snow and push snow, we don't have a ton of control.
Yeah.
Especially when the grade has changed and it's not flat anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a concern
It's
of
gonna
mine.
roll down.
That's a concern of
We're not
mine.
gonna be, I mean, I don't want the city to have to be responsible for that.
I don't want to
Right.
get that snow too.
For rolling snow.
I don't want to be responsible for having to go clean up the Nazarenes, whatever they build there.
Case in point, we've been taking care of fences that get destroyed when we are pushing snow, and it creates a snowball effect on the backside.
Yeah, that is a valid point. I never realized. We do have snowballs that get pushed.
Yeah, certainly we will. And we shouldn't be on the hook for any damage.
No.
Okay, we'll put it on hold.
Yeah.
Second. All in favor?
I have one last question for you, Lilith. Did the permit include this piece that we're talking about vacating, or did it exclude this at the time it was
The
issued?
grading permit?
Yeah,
The grading, yeah, the grading permit is only for the church property. We do acknowledge that they had already started that, and that, yeah, I believe it was unintentional. And I think the church has, done a pretty good job of communicating with us. I know how difficult it is to communicate with organizations that are representative of a body. So I don't fault them necessarily for not knowing what that land was. And I appreciate that they've been cooperative in getting the permits, and we just need to finish it up. We could, through the grading permit, require them to restore the city property. That would be extensive at this point in time, but there are options there should we need to take them. And this vacation is just part of that discussion. So if it's vacated, then it's easier for them to finish up the project and make that slope consistent all the way across. If it's not vacated, then the city will need to think about what that land should look like or be restored to, and work with them to get that done.
All right. So my understanding here, you will just set this aside for now?
Need a motion for that?
Tabling it, or are we postponing it to another?
We don't know what that action will be, so we get something clarified.
Was a vote, was a motion made?
No.
No.
So
So we're just
We've not-
not doing anything. Okay.
We're just passing
There's
it
nothing on
over.
the table. We can
Alright.
just move on.
Was it continued from a public hearing though to a date, time, place certain?
Yeah, the hearing was closed. The action wasn't taken at the last meeting.
Yeah, the action was.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
All right. Action, the temporary construction easement. Adamstrasse. Well,
Thank you, Mayor, council members. As we are working on and with the developer of Leavenworth Meadows Apartments, one of the projects is the main entry to their new apartment complex, which will be the construction of phase one, the east half of Adamstrasse Road. That's a duplicate statement, sorry. The east half of Adamstrasse. The connection point is shown in your write-up. On item 18, you'll see their graphic there where they show the alignment. They had initially been doing the alignment further to the north because it matched up with a Chelan County rendering of the future roundabout that the county will be placing there. The developer is contributing something like 27% of the roundabout cost. But we don't have a date yet for that roundabout development. So in the meantime, the road needs to be developed further to the south and will have to be moved at a later date. So what you see on your graphic at the write-up is the yellow lines is the potential area where it might end up aligning with the future roundabout. And the orange lines represent where they are building. This is on city property. This property was boundary line adjusted or modified to represent two parcels. The orange line does match the city parcel. And the development will occur on there. So what they need is a temporary construction easement to work on the city property. The actual road alignment will affect the two parcels in that area, both owned by the city. And that's what's in your packet under tab 18 is the actual construction easement with attachments. This has been reviewed by the developer as well as our attorney, and we are recommending that the city council authorize the start of this work.
Lilith, is there any sort of timeline from the county when the roundabout might be constructed?
Well, last year when we talked to them, they said it was on their 6-year tip and they could bump it ahead. But at our more recent meetings, they haven't given any timeline.
Okay.
Tom, have you heard anything different than me?
No, I believe it's gonna be within the next 6 years though, because there's a statute of limitations on the developer contribution. So if they wait, I believe they wait too long, I think it's 7 years,
then they'll
They-
lose the 27%.
so they're motivated to get it done within.
I was just curious, specific to the easement term, this expires December 31st, 2026. And so will there be a different access point developed when this expires and that's no longer the access point? Or how is this going to work?
Yeah, so they're gonna dedicate right away to the city. So once the road's constructed, we're hopeful to be at a point for that dedication. And we will just have city road at that point. So I extended it out a year longer than we're anticipating the work to be done. So we anticipate the road to be, this half of the road to be completed this year and into next year.
So the road dedication will be that yellow, more straight alignment?
No.
No.
Yes, yeah, on their property, yeah. So it's our city properties right there, and we're taking 60 feet of their property all the way through to Titus.
So that's.
So
where
the
it's-
dead, I'm sorry, go ahead, Z.
Well, when I was talking with Tom earlier, and he said that the dotted yellow line, that's where it's actually gonna end up, is that right?
We don't know the exact location yet because the roundabout's not designed. That original location alignment doesn't work, you have conflicting left-hand turns. with the
Right.
Existing, with the way North Road and Chupstick Highway is now.
Right.
So that's why they had to move it.
Yeah.
Again, we don't know, once the roundabout, because right now it's just a very preliminary design, it's not even been surveyed to my knowledge, so there's no actual design of the roundabout yet, so it's gonna get modified to fit the roundabout.
Yes.
So why do they need to move it back up to the original, right? In the future, the roundabout should, obviously, I mean, I'm just, me looking at a map, move down toward where North Road is, not,
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense where they wanna put it.
Right, that's not definitive in terms of where it's gonna be in the future.
So the potential that they could leave this road, right? That's the idea. Are we building this road and then in 5 years, we're gonna rip it out and move it back up north? I'm confused. So we're building this road twice, or this is gonna take place of the yellow dotted line? Permanently.
Well, it's gonna take place of the permanent yellow dotted line until the roundabout's built. But then once we know, we don't know where it's gonna be. It might be close to where it is now, it just depends on where the design of the roundabout places it.
Yeah.
It can't be the yellow one because you can't stop traffic in the middle of an
Yeah,
intersection
you
to
don't
turn
have
left.
collisions.
It has to be the orange for that odd Y street.
For a roundabout.
Right, so that's
Right.
my question is,
Right.
this is a temporary construction easement. If this is gonna be the actual alignment until the roundabout is constructed, but this expires in 2026, what is our other mechanism?
So it's gonna be
Well-
on. And it'll be.
We're gonna accept the road.
Okay.
Yeah, and our portion of city-owned property will still be city-owned property. So whoever does the construction of the roundabout will potentially get a temporary construction easement to be on the city property again, or I'd have to work with Tom Grassra to dedicate city land to the road system. So.
Okay, so this is just a temporary construction easement until their full right-of-way dedication is complete. Through the
Yes.
planning process. Got it.
Next step would be a development agreement.
All right, so the yellow dotted line completely going away. That's being
Correct.
eliminated.
And that is why we're here. Because Tom identified back in the end of March that there was a left-hand turn conflict.
What does dedicated mean? Given to?
The city, yeah, I mean,
Yes.
it's city property, it's just gonna be formalized as right away. So.
City right away?
It's our property. I mean, it's not just right away. We have several acres up there.
But I mean,
I
is the
think the
Widener
right-of-way is our
apartments on on our property?
It's already on the property.
Are the Widener apartments, well, they're already on it because it's city property?
This is.
Yeah. A portion of the road is city property.
And so where Wideners are building, they're building. Is
That's
that
their,
in the city limits,
That's.
In the city limits.
City limits, their
But
property.
but not our property,
Not our
but in the city
What
limits.
they bought from them.
Is this a little bit of a hill here? I ride my bike there all the time. And I think it is.
There's a bit of a drainage right there, and there's a stone retaining wall or Jersey barriers or.
The drainage is right where the yellow is, I think, immediately
Yeah,
where the
yeah.
yellow is.
Right?
Yeah, and there's this whole drainage, right?
It's where the yellow is.
That's where the open ditch used to be.
I guess my only concern was, and I guess, is that we have. As far as that could be a possible site for affordable housing, I didn't want to compromise. That kind of, I didn't know how much big of a slice we're giving, for that road, because.
well,
we-
yeah, this section of land, this section of land has always been planned for road right of way. The larger pieces that is up higher on the hill, when I
Right.
was hired, I was told that that section was planned for housing. As a possible housing.
Right.
The issue we run into on that site is that it's extremely steep and access may not be readily feasible.
Actually, it's not extremely steep. I was there this afternoon and it isn't that steep. It's like, yeah. I mean, it's not, there's a slope, but anyway, that's beside the point. It's just, it's real buildable land. So I didn't want to compromise that, but that's all. So it sounds like we've got that covered.
Yeah, the section of road on the primary parcel there where they are gonna be building the majority of the road, they'll take a slope easement on the section of land that was meant for housing. But again, the road section was designed to be a road. When they did the trail, when they put in the sewer line that runs up in that area, they were all anticipating a road coming into Chumstick on that piece.
Okay.
Is this Jake's right here? These houses, this housing in this area?
I don't know what
Is
you're
that
looking
the
at.
courthouse? Jake?
Yeah, this is on the time.
Oh, close.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's Jake's
And
right
that's,
there.
that's the house.
Okay,
Does Jake live in next door to Club West?
that's, he owns it.
He owns Club West. Does he live in the house next to it?
Pardon me?
So what do we need here?
You said-
Just go
The
ahead.
house next to.
Oh, this one.
This is Club.
Oh, that's Club West
The
there.
big one is Club
And
West.
what's this one back?
That's
there?
that little house before it.
There's a little
White
house
house.
owned by
Oh,
William
okay,
Burnett.
we're going by Chum- Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
Leavenworth City Council approves and authorizes the mayor to sign a construction easement for the purpose of constructing a portion of Autumn Strasse.
Second.
and moved. And seconded. Any other questions? All those in favor, let me see your hand. Passes unanimously. Next action item is a professional service agreement with Leavenworth Taxi and Shuttle. Shelby.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We discussed this at the last meeting after we got a presentation for Aaron McKay on the river recreation plan. One very easy to implement, recommendation from that plan is to implement a shuttle for river users. I got 3 quotes. The low quote was, Leavenworth Taxi and Shuttle. This shuttle would operate between the East Leavenworth boat ramp, take out to the put-ins at the fish hatchery and the Cascade Orchard Bridge over the Wenatchee on Ice Floor Road. It would be offered free to users. The concept is that people would drop their equipment off at the put-in, drive to the takeout, and have one person get into the 12-person van and go to the put-in. They will not be taking equipment. They'll take a PFD, they might take a breakdown paddle, but they are not taking tubes, kayaks,
Right.
and subs.
It's just meant for drivers.
It's just meant for drivers.
Good idea.
And it's gonna run every half an hour. We talked about every 20 minutes, but we didn't want to be late due to traffic and ins and outs. So we agreed on every half an hour, and this will be paid for with lodging tax. And this contract for your approval tonight is in the not to exceed amount of $28,980.
20,000?
28,900.
It covers how many?
And this covers from, it will begin June 29th and run weekends and holidays through September 2nd, which is Labor Day. But we're gonna also run it on July 5th, which is a Friday, because July 4th is a Thursday. I figured that will probably be a busy weekend, so might as well have the shuttle go.
What are the running hours, Sylvie?
It'll run from 10 AM to 6 PM.
For how many months?
It will run end of June, so all of July, all of August. Through Labor Day weekend.
And they're making several trips a day,
They're making 2 trips every hour.
every hour.
From 10 to 6.
And so the 28,000 is paying them and their gas and everything to do with everything.
Yes.
Really? That seems cheap. I mean.
Oh,
it
well, that's
doesn't-
good.
You wanna throw in some more?
Well, I mean, it seems
You wanna
like.
pay for it?
Of course not.
It's only weekends.
It was, it's only weekend.
Oh.
And
okay.
holidays,
That's
every day,
what
yeah.
I was thinking, how can you afford to do that? Okay,
Now it makes more sense, right?
yes. And the weekdays, people are just on their own.
Correct.
They're not nearly as
concerned.
busy.
Except July 5th is a Friday.
Yeah, except.
Who oversees
It'd be
that?
10
Who do they
weekends.
report, who do they, who's the oversight on them?
This beat me.
They're gonna report to you, hey, we took this many people a day, and you're gonna say,
Yeah.
okay, that was
Is it
effective,
good?
let's do it again next
So
year.
what I've asked is,
Phase it.
I've asked that they collect passenger data and zip code data for every
Okay.
Oh,
passenger
good.
that gets on. so that we can justify the use of lodging tax.
Right.
He did give me a little pushback about asking for zip code, and I said, just ask. Just ask.
Yeah.
And people are not gonna be as reluctant as you think they are to tell us what zip code.
Where they're from.
Yeah, they're excited. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Well, but with their fingerprints in a picture.
The Leavenworth City Council moves to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with Leavenworth Taxi and Shelter or Shuttle for a river recreation shuttle to run on weekends and holidays between June 29th and September 2nd with not to exceed amount of $28,980.
Second.
Moved by Zeke,
I
seconded
even
by
gave you like
Ann.
2 seconds.
They were wait.
I got a question.
Well, you can second it and then ask your question.
Two things at once.
Oh, okay. So what's your question?
My question is, who's gonna, are we gonna promote this?
Yes, we are.
And how?
I will Karen determine how we're gonna promote it.
I guess it's really cool. I didn't know where I was going. Now that it's great.
The chamber will promote it, yeah, Kara
Chamber.
will work her communication magic and make sure that everybody knows about it.
Yeah, cool, good answer.
We'll let everybody.
Every outlet we
Think about
can.
That's a better answer.
So you
Okay.
can ride out there, you don't have to go on the river, you could just take a ride out there.
Right back.
Good.
Okay.
I don't know how you would.
That's wonderful.
Okay, all those in favor, let me see your hand. And it passes unanimously.
They're getting paid whether people in the car or not. We might as well get the city's money.
Yeah, right.
So I'll sit with you. We'll just visit.
Let's
We'll
go.
just ride around.
And I actually,
Collect zip code.
even if they're driving an empty shuttle, I want that shuttle driving, because I want that, the shuttle itself is an advertising. vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's.
What, is it gonna say Leavenworth on it? or-
It'll say Leavenworth Taxi and Shuttle on it.
Okay.
They do a good job, by the way. Just
Okay.
an aside, that's a great. idea.
WASDOT, salt shed, Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Flory. Council members, Mayor Flory, once again, good evening. This action item before you at this current moment is a WSDOT salt shed cost share interagency agreement. So basically what we have here, we have an opportunity to partner with DOT to fund 50% of a salt shed to be constructed at their Leavenworth maintenance facility. So as it stands right now, so we purchased road salt from DOT to support de-icing operations. Obviously, we put that out in the winter time. And we purchased this salt from WashDOT. WashDOT only has 2 local stockpiles. One is at their Blewett Pass maintenance facility, which is up, obviously Blewett Pass Highway, and then Mesa Creek, they have a stockpile behind the rest area. And what this causes us to do, our operations staff, is we have to keep our trucks loaded with salt. And our trucks are stored outside in elements. And so if we don't rotate the salt out at least weekly, it becomes hard. And then the crews have to go up on the truck, which is not safe. And they have to bar it out with an ice bar. And if it gets too hard, they actually have to hose it out with a fire hose. And it creates a big mess. And I want to remind the council too, that because of your generosity and support, we have 2 new plow trucks that'll be here this year. And they're a special plow truck that'll allow us to also haul snow, so because they're not gonna have sanders in the back. So it makes sense to be able to readily have our trucks be readily available to haul snow. So keeping them stored without salt just makes a lot of sense. In order to do so, however, we need to have a salt stockpile that's in close proximity. So we have an opportunity to partner with DOT to make that happen. There are mutual benefits. Obviously, it provides the DOT with additional options and the city for reasons I just explained. And the terms of the cost, so the cost estimate that they have is $155,000. So 50% of that, which we would be on the hook for the city, is about $77,000. And this is eligible to come out of the city street fund. And this is an estimate right now, so it could be less. So that's just their estimate for prepping the area. Again, so in summary, having a stockpile of salt located within city limits will make operations a lot more efficient. And again, we'll be more readily available for snow hauling. And lastly, I do want to note, we don't really have space for our own salt shed right now, so this is an opportunity.
Tom, are they gonna give us a discount on the salt that we purchased from the shed or?
The discount is the lack of driving we have to do to
Yeah,
get
that's
it.
a good point, Mary. Yeah, so we won't have to go up to Blewett and circulate salt out of 3 or 4 trucks on a weekly basis.
Oh, that's good.
So that'll save.
But we're paying 70% and they're paying.
50%.
I thought you said that
Oh,
70.
77,000 is our.
Oh,
contribution.
50% of
The
the.
total's 155 estimated.
Where are you gonna build this?
It's gonna be at the DOT.
Right,
Yeah,
at the DOT.
Yeah,
And we did run the design by the design review board. This is a, essential public works type of facility, which is exempt from the DRB, but nonetheless, we were forthright with them. Let them know where it was gonna go, look well. So
So if we get this going, this can be done by this winter?
that's actually, it's underway right now.
Yeah.
Before we vote.
They're gonna have to have it.
I don't feel very important.
Which is whether or not we get to buy in and use it.
Right.
do you know, Tom, do you know where they're putting it?
Glacier.
I know, but where at the, where in the lot?
Customer Ricer's Point, it's actually adjacent to the glacier lot, on their property. So if you look at the DOT maintenance facility.
Yeah.
It's on the glacier lot side.
It's on the,
It
okay.
is on that side. though.
Do we have access on that side?
Yeah.
Is that open there?
Yeah, there's a lot of space in that maintenance facility.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
And the nice thing too, is that on occasion, when we go up to the remote sheds, the DOT loaders are not there. So now that we have a stockpile on site, we could load it with one of our loaders if we have to.
If you have to.
Nice. A lot of wins.
Very cool.
All right, I'd entertain a motion.
The city of Leavenworth City Council moves to approve and authorize the mayor to execute an interagency agreement between Washington State Department of Transportation, GCB 3955, and the city of Leavenworth for the construction of a salt shed at WisDOT's Leavenworth Maintenance Facility in the amount of $77,710.30.
Second.
Way to go, Ron.
You guys.
Moved by Travis, seconded by Rona. Any other questions? All those in favor, let me see your hands. Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Our scrub seal that we've seen before.
Yes.
I've never seen it.
We, so we.
I'm
redid-
shocked that California is the low bidder,
Yeah.
but I'll take it.
The second round did not go without a bid protest.
Right.
We did have a bid protest.
Oh, really?
However,
Yeah.
however, they did not appeal our determination.
Oh, please
So-
agree.
Well, so we're finally here.
Hey.
I won't worry with the background unless you want me to regurgitate. Okay. Favorable bid prices, though, I will say, I mean, that's quite a bit out of the engineer's estimate, so.
Nice.
I would entertain a motion.
Leavenworth City Council moves to accept the construction bid and authorize the mayor to execute a contract with One Way Trigger LLC for the 2024 scrub seal project in the amount of $1,126,025.85.
Second.
Moved by Shane, seconded by Sharon. Why you're snippy?
Well, I can't even find it in my book. I just am listening closely.
Any other questions? All those in favor, let me see your hand. Passes unanimously.
No exception.
If the bids came in less than TIB's grant to us, do we still have to front the?
Good question. The pro rata share still
Yeah.
applies.
It's
Okay.
still-
They'll fund it, but still at 90%.
And what's your best guess of a estimate for time?
Time.
When would they do this?
So that's a good question. So once the contract is awarded, we'll talk schedule. So if this company is busy, we'll likely wait till the fall because you don't want to do a scrub seal in the heat of summer because you want the cracks in the road to be as large as possible. Obviously, in the heat, they close up and also the oil takes longer to cure.
Okay.
So depending on their availability, they're either gonna go right away
Okay.
or we're gonna wait till it cools off a little bit in the fall.
Okay, thank you.
And how long will it take?
I don't remember the working, I thought it was 30 or 40 working days,
Okay.
so.
So it can happen in the fall.
There's gonna be a lot of tar all over town.
Yeah.
Go first.
And
And then
some of that they can just use to put feathers on me.
Oh, Mayor.
I'm gonna have to leave, but,
Okay.
Tom, I wanted to ask you if we have any bids on the bathroom project down there.
Bid opening is tomorrow at 11,
Ah,
and we usually don't receive bids until, 15 minutes before they're open.
oh, sure, yeah, I didn't know when
Yeah.
was happening. Okay,
Tomorrow,
sorry, I
yeah.
have to go to.
Tomorrow, check back.
Okay.
Council reports, Karen.
Okay, on May 15th, I did the backpacking program at the United Methodist Church. And I also went to the fire hall, where they had the assessor's office was there in West Cornelius, believe it or not, graduated with my son Nick, so he's a local boy. And he is the, head guy there right now. One of the interesting things about it was there were several builders that spoke. And they talked about, and I love it, if one guy in particular came and talked to us about all the issues in trying to build something with all the different rules and regulations, and you can do this, you can't do that. And so the result, as I was hearing him, was saying that basically there's not a lot going on right now. And so I thought it was just, I hadn't heard, I was here, but I hadn't heard over here. And so I thought it was quite interesting. On the 16th, I attended the chamber meeting via Zoom. And I love listening to those guys. They're all young guys. They got a lot of energy and they're all on the same page, with their business and things. I think it's an amazing place to listen and hear what's going on with them. On the 17th, went to I can't remember the name of the hotel where we had a meet and greet for the Schlein Health District, and we had 2 candidates. We had several that got pared down to 3, and then one of them took another job, and so we were down to 2. And I thought that the public market was on the avenue.
Oh.
So my mileage is probably a lie. Then on the 20th, then the Chelan Douglas Health District, we met, and at the in part of the session, we went into executive session to talk about the 2 candidates that we had heard. And it was a meet and greet for the public, and there was actually quite a few people there that were visiting with him. But the vote that came out was for Dr. Kristen Hosey. She was selected to serve as the new health department administrator, and she had been serving as the interim administrator since March of 2024 when Luke resigned. I also that evening went to a mosquito board meeting, and we're just getting organized and making sure they have everything they need to kill the little mosquitoes. On May 21st, I stopped for a moment at the community free dinner at the United Methodist Church. And then after that, went over to the high school where they had the Project Citizen Hearing Showcase there at the high school. And Zeke and Carl were also there too. Carl and I went together for the whole time. We lost Zeke at the end, who went somewhere else. But the one that really, at first I couldn't figure out, this group had, and it's like, 4 kids, and we had one group with 3. Up at Plain, where the Plain Hardware is, they're wanting a crosswalk. And because there's so much travel of kids going across that road. And so I got to thinking, and I thought, they should take this to the Chelan County Commissioners. Be a great experience for them, and to present that and find out what you can't do and what you can do. So I hope they follow up on that. I told them I'd drive them if they wanted to go.
Drive teenagers?
Huh?
Drive teenagers?
She would drive teenagers.
Yeah, of course I would. I work with them all summer. Let's see, May 22nd, went backpacking again, and I attended the design review board via Zoom. And of all the meetings that I've gone to the whole time with Zoom, that is the worst meeting for hearing what anybody says. I complain about it all the time, but I still, and I don't know why, because all, the other Zoom meetings are here, you don't hear that, but especially if somebody says the word S, sounds like a snake hissing. And it's just very difficult to hear them. So I wish somebody would figure out why that meeting doesn't come across clearly at all.
Did they use the owl?
Huh?
They do? They use that?
I don't know, I'm guessing they use everything, it's held in this room. So, but the sound is,
His laptop.
I'd almost rather take a meeting than do that via Zoom, but sometimes I just have to.
It were they sitting around a table with the Zoom in the middle?
Yes.
It could have been that they had these mics on instead of the owl mic on.
Oh, that could be.
Yeah, I don't really know. I just know that I'd love to hear actually the meeting and it not be with my sound clear loud in my ear. Today I attended the downtown steering committee and the study session. And also I attended on the 22nd, the special planning commission meeting, which they reviewed the condo ownership and residential zones, and that was pretty interesting. So thank you for listening.
On May 16th, we had our parking committee meeting and we continued our review of the draft action plan and provided guidance for city council's presentation tonight. May 21st, I had our Link Transit Board meeting. Nothing really to report specifically to Leavenworth other than the great partnership between the city and Link Transit associated with the updated bus pullout and bathrooms that are being constructed at the Glacier Lot.
Okay, so on April 16th, I attended the finance. Let's try May 16th. Yeah, thank you. May 16th. Let's go check here. Along with Shane, Chantel presented the 6-year transportation improvement plan. Just went over the primary projects that are coming up and their costs, and so it was a great overview of that. On the 21st, I did that was quite a great experience with the senior projects at Cascade. They about 50 students, and what we got presentations on was affordable housing, short-term rentals, noise control, crosswalk at Fine Hardware, and the caffeine use in teens is what I got to be part of. And outstanding presentations, just a great thing to be part of and really informative. In fact, I had him send me one of their posters just so I could have some great data on it. So that was on the 21st. I participated in a condo workshop on the 22nd that was Zoomed that Lilith facilitated, and good discussion on concerns about possible. One concern was that, as always, there's a second side to everything. One of the concerns was that it would kind of minimize, which is a good tool and a strategy for home ownership. But care be taken that people who are in that housing facility, that if they can't afford it, that they're not displaced somehow, because there's a risk of them being displaced when you go through this process. So there's a few considerations that are real important that we want to take a look at, among others, but that's enough for now. And the Housing Advisory Committee met on the 23rd. And we, again, Chantel went down, breakdown of what sources we had for affordable housing historically as a city, which is a great review. And then we had some good discussion with Jordy McDevitt on land developing, what his role was, what he saw, what made things work for him, what stopped things for him. And so that was worthwhile. We got a few more names of other folks that possibly we're going to invite for discussion. One of them was possibly Taylor Boyd and a guy by the name of Matt Elton, who's a developer and also a builder. And he describes a development up at Whistler called Rainbow Whistler. It's on the website rainbowwhistler.com, which had a very mixed development with affordable housing and also market rates. So it was a nice, well, it was just an effective discussion about situations we're looking at. And finally, I attended the downtown committee today. We talked about, first off, we had pleasure of having Lori Brennan and Kirsty me, 10 who are sort of downtown, but not in the core. They had some great comments. They joined us and had great to have them part of the new members. Talked about the wayfinding signs, renewing them and getting them up and what the price would cost, and what designs were the most effective and relief. And then we talked about banners replacements that are getting throughout town that are being really ragged and torn out, but we've got a plan to restore those. And Shannon gave a good report on parking for April. We had April brought in 121,000 and 27,000 in fees. And basically, she had a little preemptive thing of what we heard from the presenters tonight about simplifying the code, simplifying the directions. And that's my report.
Shane?
I don't have too much to report other than, like Zeke said, we met with the finance committee on the 16th and just talked about the 6-year transportation improvement plan, and Chantal did a great job of answering any questions we had regarding the project. So that's the end of my report.
Great.
Last week, May 22nd, attended the City Planning Commission. I contributed that I am the poster child for condos and I live in a house and density is okay. My 87-year-old neighbor behind me, in the winter I get his mail. It's a good relationship. So I think there's some clarity and I think it's coming. I feel like I saw some lights go on even during that meeting with, I think it was Kerrville, the condo is what it means to define a condo, right? Anyways, that was my meeting last week, but I do want to note that it was nice to see Lori from Posey and Christy a part of that committee, because they're both wonderful entrepreneurs and small business owners. In fact, the Art House, Christy and her wife won an award at the chamber this year, right? So
Best new business.
Yeah.
Yeah, best new business in town.
But it's,
So
but it
good to
is
see them
Kirsty,
getting involved.
It is
in town.
Kirsty, not Christy, though.
Kirsty, right?
I know, it's easy to.
Kirsty Alley. That's all I have.
Great. Just real quick, I hope all of you saw what Kara did with the Public Works Week and all the little videos that.
Yes,
very cool. It's fun to be able to honor the biggest department of the city that gets the most work done, and I got to go down and show my appreciation by flipping burgers and hot dogs for them all on Wednesdays. So that was also fun. I like being able to do that. So and that's all I'm gonna say because it's getting late.
All right, I'll go quickly. With the closure of the Glacier parking lot for construction, the issue of RVs, of where RVs will be directed to park, was raised by staff and council members alike. Staff met, discussed, and prepared a list of places to direct RVs for both day use and for camping purposes. This list is on the city's website, has been shared at the chamber and on social media, and we will continue to put it out. Staff and the Chelan County Sheriff's Office are prepared to enforce Leavenworth Municipal Code Chapter 10-14-020, which prohibits camping on city streets, with a fine of $500 for each violation. We will be fully enforcing that when we get complaints. We might give them a warning the first time. We will record their license plate. If we see them on the street again, they'll get a $500 ticket. Last Friday, I finally received comments on the draft lease that was provided to the Leavenworth Golf Club in October. And while the lease runs for several more years, the payment agreement ends this June. We're in the process of reviewing the proposed changes to our draft, and if all goes well, we will have a discussion at your next study session. Downtown Steering Committee heard from Zeke already. And as I updated you by email, the Department of Revenue forced the closure of our tenant, the Leavenworth's Finest Espresso.
Yeah.
I have worked with our city attorney to formally terminate their 2012 lease And the plan is to convert that area to temporary paid parking. The owner reached out to me and told me that they're in the process of removing all the buildings. In fact, I saw she was selling the actual stand for $300 on Facebook.
Yeah, it's.
Only $300?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah,
whoa.
it's sold
Yeah, I was
already.
home for lunch and I was scrolling, doom scrolling. Christine says,
I feel like
"You need to
that's
share.
low.
Why don't we go get it?"
Shit, I know.
That's,
I'm sure it's gone at 300. That's what Shane's idea.
Yeah, it's gone.
So our plan is to convert that into a temporary paid parking area. And city offices will be closed this Friday, the 31st, for a day-long professional development day at High School Village Resorts.
And who's that for?
No, what, there's something else?
No,
Okay.
Chantel.
proud to report, the annual report's due tomorrow. I submitted it at about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Ahead of schedule.
Nice.
80
Way ahead.
80 or so hours invested in this document. Shirley took the lead, as I reported to you over the last couple months. She's booked close to 60 of those 80 hours, and my 20 was reviewing all of her work and doing a few little small pieces myself. So congrats, we have accomplished the annual report.
Nicely done.
That document will be forthcoming to you. I believe it's scheduled for your second meeting in June. Also, our newest AP/parents, Crystal Whitehall, I had noted to you that she did have a planned family medical leave, so she is now currently departed with us for that month-long hiatus. In her place is, and we'll pronounce this correctly, Tania, not Tanya, but Tania. So if you get a chance and you're in City Hall and you see another gal sitting there next to Beverly, by all means, please say.
She's a temp for now.
Yeah.
Yes,
One word.
yeah, from Express.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, I'll be brief. Yeah, I just want to echo what Mayor Flory stated. Thank you, Kara, for taking the time to develop all the content during National Public Works Week. The posts were awesome. They were professional. The support was very much appreciated. Thank you, Mayor Flory and Selby, for both sponsoring the Public Works Appreciation Barbecue. Those were well received among Public Works staff, so it was a good time. I do want to shout out to Amber and R for handling all the logistics for the Public Works Barbecue. Definitely takes a little bit of effort to get that underway and clean up. Two more quick updates. Pool, WMS Aquatics was the contractor, applied the final coat of the liner repair today. Assuming the finish cures according to plan, we should be able to start filling the pool next week. Once the pool is filled, it takes 7 days for the chemicals to stabilize. Shout out to Rick Emmons for his efforts and keeping those guys in line as they work through those repairs. Lastly, the Big Belly cans are providing us with challenges. The liners are tearing easily, which allows liquids to settle in the bases of those. So we're gonna get thicker liners. And in addition, operations staff are coming up with a protocol for cleaning. It's not, briefly, it's not like we could just take a pressure washer in place, because all that stuff will just settle.
Right.
So I think we're gonna get a couple extras and just haul them out and just clean them and then just kind of be on a rotation. But they're getting dirty very quickly. But other than that, we're not ready to empty them.
Dirty.
What do other
Those municipalities you spoke with about, them, right? Nobody told you that.
They didn't sell ice cream like we do.
We should ban ice cream.
Still the ice cream.
Ban ice cream.
Exclusively, the primary issue is ice cream.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who'd have thunk?
That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Ice cream.
Well, it's gone.
Okay.
She will be here in person in the future, starting June.
Oh, fantastic. I move to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? You see it. Okay, we're gone.
No problem, I didn't.
Thank you.
Those kids.
Good long meeting.
Get really, the teacher's like, yeah, I got 5 more minutes. Get your book out.
And nobody likes that teacher.
What's that?
That's.
I was just telling her that I wasn't gonna help.
There was a great article about the high school principal that was at East Mountain. From the kids. It was really a sweet article.
Yeah.